Need to set up chats. Give me 2 seconds. All right, there we go. We are here. I am here, and I might. There's someone wanted to do like some sort of a type of a debate thing with me, so maybe that will happen. Maybe that won't. I don't know. Also, let me know if there's like issues with the microphone, like if it's going too high or whatever. And yeah, just leave it in the comments below. Oh. It's funny. I had everything set up but the actual browser that I need to use to actually like watch stuff. That's funny. All right. I'm just going to turn off the music on my part because I can't stand it. I mean, I can, but it's good, but like I can't do this and do that at the same time. I need to focus. Focus. There we go. Look at that. We're in Chat GPT. We're not doing that though. Oh yeah, we got this. Wait, hold up. We got me some good old wings, some good wings, and maybe I'll eat this. I'm not sure. Everyone's gonna hate me because it has like what? Yeah, it has a bunch of yeah. You know what? Yeah, whatever. Criticizing me in the comments below. I don't care. It tastes good. And it has cheese. And I think it's real cheese. I want to say it's real cheese. Pasteurized processed American cheese with jalapenos. Or jalapenos, because it starts with a J. But like they still use the J in the English language. But like still like why would they? That's just dumb. Like this is supposed to be. It's in English, and they put jalapenos, but we pronounce the J as an H in English when you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do that only in Spanish. That's not correct. But like, so it's supposed to be jalapenos, jalapenos, or whatever. But no one ever says that, and I've never heard it called that, even in English. So, whatever. Yeah, I guess we'll start with the Tim Pool stuff. Oh yeah, I still have this opened up, but yeah, we're gonna do some Tim Pool. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. And yeah, I'll turn off the music as soon as we get the Tim stuff. But Tim, basically, I was listening to Tim, and bro, I was not expecting him to go off like that on that guy. And actually, ooh, I kinda want to do the Pierce Morgan, Candace Owens. Yeah, we'll do that one first. It's quicker, it's faster. Hopefully it'll just pop up, right? Pierce Morgan, full. There it is. Yeah. 40 something minutes. We gotta watch this.
This general feeling that people have that you're an anti-Semite, address that head on.
Judaism is a faith, Israel is a state, and it is not above critique, and that what Bibi Netanyahu has done to the Palestinians since October 7th is a Holocaust. This was about power, this was about control. I'm not going to quiet my perspective on that to kowtow to whatever the prevailing narrative is of the New York Post.
All of my gay friends are like, they better not hold a trial within, 50 miles of Hell's Kitchen in New York.
This hot assassin that executed a woman executive, would you be saying any of this?
I have no idea why Don Lemon is still speaking. On the Jay-Z recent stuff, I don't believe it. Right. I looked into that case and I actually don't believe it.
A lot of holes in it.
A lot of people in Hollywood are perverts, they're drug addicts, they believe that they are gods.
You once said Jay-Z's like...
So, I'm mostly here for the Candace Owens on Israel and Trump. Well, the Trump stuff, not so much. I kind of understand her points on that. But the Diddy and the Jay-Z stuff, I literally could care less about that type of stuff. Not gonna lie. And boom, forgot about that because I can't listen to music.
Did I say this?
You did.
Oh, was God, past tense. I was like, what are we talking about?
Candace, it's been great to see you.
Too much fun.
When my next guest went independent earlier this year, some people openly hoped, well, she'd vanish from public life. But no such luck. The uncancelable Candace Owens is more successful, influential, and, of course, controversial.
1.5 speed, 1.25.
She joins me here in the Uncensored studio. Candace Owens.
I'm so pleased to be here.
We're meeting my lair at last.
I like it.
And interestingly, I've just done your podcast today. And it was an experience. You were nice. I mean, you were sort of human. You were warm. You were sort of quite friendly. You were
All right, my biases on Candace Owens. So actually... Hold up. Before I do that, I need to set this up. I want to do the auto thing, but my auto thing doesn't work for the layout that I have right now, and I really wanted to do that. Wait, can I put my... How's this? Is this good? Yeah. I think I'm going to stay right here. This is what we're going to use. Yes. And we got to go to... got to do this live. Forgot about this. Just give me 2 seconds. I don't even know what's playing. Oh. It comes on this display. Okay. All right. Flipped. No. Okay, so number 3. I need 3. All right. 3, and then this one. We want, not number 1. We want, what number are we on? Number 4. There we go. Okay, let's see. Does this work properly?
Charming. I waited for the sting in the tail, the combat, the gotchas. It never happened.
It never happened.
All right, let's go. Let's see. Does it? Yes. There we go. Perfection. Automatic. Live. I am a genius.
I'm actually so nice.
Either you're massively misunderstood, or you're softening your old age. What's happening here?
No, I am always nice to everyone. I'm just on the receiving end of so many gotchas, and I'm constantly in defense mode. So people see me and they perceive me as always battling. And actually, I'd rather just exchange ideas and learn what people believe. But it's just not possible today in today's social economy of just constantly trying to get each other. And I've proved Piers Morgan's racist. See, I tricked him.
That is true. That is actually kind of true. Not gonna lie.
You are.
You know, it's very interesting because I've got a theory. This is.
Especially when you listen to Destiny. I had to put his name. Had to say his name. The remake of Trump, for example.
is that in the longer form interviews he gave in the election campaign, the big podcast, Joe Rogan, 3 hours and so on, people heard and saw a lot more of him than they normally did. And they liked what they heard and saw. And he liked the response he was getting. And it went from being endless combat with the legacy media, where it's like press conferences, bang, 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 bang. It's 10-minute soundbite interviews, bang, 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 bang. It went to a much longer, less confrontational, more open-minded series of discussions where both sides and the people listening and watching felt like they got a different Trump altogether out of it. And I think it's changed him.
I was like pleading with them to do that, start doing podcasts, because we get it. You go to NBC, they hate you. You're going to fight with them. They're going to say you're racist, you're sexist, you're misogynistic. What is the public learning from this? The most fascinating interview he did, I thought, was with Theo Von.
Yes.
When he was
actually, hold up.
Genuinely trying to understand Theo Von's prior addiction.
Yes.
And that's such a compelling story because Trump has never drank. As you know, his entire life, he lost.
Yeah, the Theo, oh my God. I think the Theo Von probably was, it had like a significant, like more than 20% of, if we could like single out one thing that the thing that made I guess Trump win, and specifically, hey, thank you for the follow.
432. Hi there. Lissa Hunold 432. What's up?
I'm gonna turn off TTOS because you're new, and I don't know if you're some person that's gonna ask me about my favorite game, and then ask about like what do I like, and then ask to do some art, and yeah, I'm not interested. Thank you very much. Not interested in paying for any art. Thank you very much. Had to shut you down right there. I want to continue watching my Candace Owens, or the Queen, as one of my friends would say. So yeah, I'm doing great, by the way. But enjoy the ride. What do you think of Candace Owens? Don't ask me questions. I'm asking you the questions here. Thank you very much.
His brother Fred. That's the side of Trump that people want to see. And there was actually, I think it was Slate that did a piece recently trying to understand the new podcast economy and why conservatives have been so powerful. And they sort of noted that in this new Joe Rogan economy, as they called it, authenticity sells. And people are either reading you to be authentic or they're reading you to be somebody that's just a clone. And so I think
appreciate
that's
the follow, though.
Podcast, and that's what I just try to do, is just be myself.
You broke away.
Oh yeah, the Theo Von thing. You completely interrupted me. The Theo Von thing. Every single person that I've talked to in real life has seen the Theo, like people that aren't like politically engaged at all. The Theo Von thing was the reason why people were we're talking about. Like this one guy came up to me, was like, "Oh, did you see that podcast on Theo Von?" I'm like, "Who's Theo Von?" And apparently he's like some big guy, like some big podcast guy. Not Joe Rogan level, but like enough to have people just randomly come up to me because they know I'm the political guy, and they'll ask me about him, and I'm like, okay, interesting. And I guess that podcast was really, really good because it humanized Trump, and Candace was like literally hitting the nail on the head with the beginning part.
Soundbite interviews, bang, 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 bang. It went to a much longer, less confrontational, more open-minded series of discussions where both sides and the people listening and watching felt like they got a different Trump altogether out of it. And I think it's changed him.
I was like pleading with them to do that, start doing podcasts, because we get it. You go to NBC, they hate you. You're going to fight with them. They're going to say you're racist.
True. Yep. Literally. Yep.
You're sexist, you're misogynistic. What is the public learning from this? The most fascinating interview he did, I thought, was with Theo Von.
Yes.
When he was so genuinely trying to understand Theo Von's prior addiction.
Yes.
And that's such a compelling story because Trump has never drank. As you know, his entire life, he lost his brother Fred. That's the side of Trump that people want to see. And there was actually, I think it was Slate that did a piece recently trying to understand the new podcast economy and why conservatives have been so powerful. And they sort of noted that in this new Joe Rogan economy, as they called it, authenticity sells. And people are either reading you to be authentic or they're reading you to be somebody that's just a clone. And so I think that's what people like about my podcast. And that's what I just try to do, is just be myself.
You broke away from the Daily Wire. It was all well documented.
Or was fired, one or the other.
Whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. Same as I left the morning show. I was out. And you went out on your own again.
Hey, look, I like the Daily Wire. All right, I like Candace Owens too. Like, I got the mug. I mean, I got the. What do you call it? What do you call these things? What do you call these things? A flask? I got the mug. I don't want to say mug because I actually have the Crowder mug. So like, yeah, I like all of them. The only one I don't got is a Timcast bag, their coffee bag stuff. I should start collecting their stuff because I do like watching their stuff, and I watch them mostly. Like if I'm gonna, I don't watch Pierce that often. I don't watch Candace. I watch Candace even less actually. and I watch Crowder even less. And Daily Wire, I don't really watch them at all, actually. But whenever they have any of those people on Timcast IRL, they're just great. They're just great. They're just great.
And I mean, it's a tricky thing to do that when you've been part of a big media conglomerate success story in new media like Daily Wire. You go out on your own. How did you feel when you went catapulting back into independence, and how's it worked out for you, do you think?
You know, I think for most people it's easier because you leave and they're not trying to sort of tarnish your reputation. I kind of left in a period where there was just a full-blown effort to cancel Candace Owens. Like, it was like, we don't want her to be able to survive. It was every petty smear that you could possibly come up with, and I wasn't expecting that.
This is how she kind of felt. Enhanced bitrate. What is enhanced? I almost want to put it to 720p just because.
Especially after working as hard as I did at the Daily Wire for 3.5 years. But I loved it because you need those reminders in life. Like, you fight the hardest when your back is against a wall. And so I just turned it around and it motivated me. And I was just excited about being able to take on conversations.
I'm not going to lie. When she left the Daily Wire, she seemed to be quite antagonist. The way that she felt like she had to censor herself in order to leave the Daily Wire. I mean, in order to stay with the Daily Wire. And I understand that. But I understand why the Daily Wire had to let her go. Because, like, whether she got fired, it doesn't really matter to me. Whether she left or she got fired doesn't really matter to me. But the Daily Wire is, like, there was a specific subject that you just really did not, you had to be kind of sensitive about, and Candace wasn't going to be charitable or sensitive about. And it probably is because of how crude and crass she is at different like, she's very insensitive when it comes to talking about the Black community, and she ended up doing the same thing with Jewish people, and after, like, October 7th, and that was just not gonna fly. You kind of have to be a little bit charitable in those moments when tragedy happens. But Candace just doesn't do that. She didn't do it with the Black community, and she's not gonna do it with the Jewish community. Like, it's just, that's the way she is. And yeah. So I understand why she ended up leaving, and it's somewhat justified the way that she's kind of, like, I don't see this as something that's, like, specific with how, or inconsistent. Like, some people will say that, oh, she's only being anti-Semitic now. Like, no, this is the type of way she treats this type of subject in the past with other, like, she doesn't care what the race is. That's just the way she is. And yeah. She doesn't like to censor herself.
When you're a part of a larger organization, do have to do a little bit of self-censor.
But it'll definitely come off as crass and kind of mean, especially when, like, October 7th kind of, like, just happened, sorta. Been a year, but still, it's literally like a couple 9/11s at once. It's kind of bad. I mean, kind of bad. It's an understatement, but, like, let's go.
Because, well, maybe the execs don't think that or don't believe that. You have to kind of convince them about your side. And so it's been just a tremendous opportunity, so much growth. And my husband's absolutely brilliant. So he figured out the business side of it. And I just do what I do best, talk on the internet.
I like all the Daily Wire guys, and I like you. And if that gets me cancelled,
true.
So be it. But I do. And it was a shame to me that you all fell out like that. Do you think you'll fall back together in a more friendly way or not?
I don't even think of it as a falling out. I think we're just different people at the end of the day, and I think that's okay. You don't have to be friends with everyone. I was never friends with Ben Shapiro. He didn't even work in the office, so I think people think that we're all working together all day. I still maintained my friendships with all of the other hosts that I saw every day, and I learned a lot there. So I have no regrets about the time that I spent there. Tons of lessons learned, no hard feelings whatsoever, because I made my show bigger and was able to lean in more into being myself. So who's to be upset about anything?
One of the narratives at the time was that
good, putting that behind her. I like that.
You're anti-Semitic, as you know, and on Sunday you were named.
Damn, Piers, you're just going hard.
Stop anti-Semitism. They said you
like Piers Morgan knows how to inflame, man. He knows how to inflame.
Blew the competition away with more votes than anyone in previous years, and their founder, Leora Rez, told the New York Post, Candace Owens. Witch's brew of anti-Semitism drew from vile medieval blood libels, claims that Jews drink Christian blood, conspiracies that Jews are paedophiles who control the media and are taking over America, modern toxic anti-Israel hysteria. There is no psychotic rabbit hole too extreme for this poisonous hater. Now,
all right, so I was watching this and I got 50% through the entire podcast, and I was like, I gotta watch this live. I gotta get my stuff live. So like I've listened to a little bit of this, but I kind of just I was passively consuming it. Like I wasn't even like really listening to it because I was doing something else at the same time. But this is
Globalize my
damn.
agenda 69. W takes Pierce.
Hey.
Globalize my agenda 69. Say it how it is.
Yes, true.
We'll come to the specifics of that charge, which are obviously pretty full on. This general feeling that people have.
I'm glad you're back, Global.
Anti-Semite. Address that head on.
Well, it's actually not even a general feeling. So that what's really remarkable is if you go underneath that post or go find the New York Post post, every single comment is in my favor. And so we've gotten to this point now where the charges of anti-Semitism are kind of going through the exact same routine that the charges of racism did back with BLM. Like first, people took it very seriously. Like if I said, Piers, you're a white supremacist, you would have just been astonished because who wants to be called a white supremacist? But then you started to realize this was about power, this was about control, and this was about trying to manipulate people to take your perspective. And post October 7th, you had what I refer to them as like the Likud party media in America. I count the New York Post among them, who just insisted that unless you agreed with everything that Bibi Netanyahu was doing and towed a very specific line, they were going to smear and libel you and ruin your life. And a lot of people, I think, shirked at that and kind of wanted to keep their head low. I didn't play
Yeah, I mean, I understand why people. Well, she's gonna say it.
that game with my own community. I was willing to take all of the figurative bullets with that line. They were going to smear and libel you and ruin your life. And a lot of people, I think, shirked at that and kind of wanted to keep their head low. I didn't play that game with my own community. I was willing to take all of the figurative bullets with Black America calling me a race traitor,
Yeah, literally. I'm not gonna repeat what I said before, but like, that's just the way she is. It's not specifically to Jewish people, but I understand why Jewish people after October 7th really did not like the way that she was not showing any charitability at all with the situation on the ground, and she has her own biases kind of against it because like there's like I think she thinks that there's like a genocide, and I don't think that, but I can understand why she thinks that, but she doesn't go as far as like supporting the other side. I don't think she supports either side, but like she acknowledges that some people think that there's a genocide. I think that's her position. I don't know. Let's keep
a
watching.
self-hating Black person, whatever it was. I don't view Jewish people to be some exception where you're allowed to now call everybody anti-Semites because you can't actually debate what Bibi Netanyahu is doing and why so many people around the world are not comfortable with it. So yes, they can award that all they want. People are mocking it. It's now become like cartoonish, and they have unfortunately or fortunately completely removed the power from that term.
What is your view of Jewish people, of Judaism?
Yeah,
For the record, what's your view?
My view is that Judaism is a faith. Israel is a state, and it is not above critique, and that what Bibi Netanyahu has done to the Palestinians since October 7th is a Holocaust. It is a Holocaust.
Okay, so I agreed with her until she said that last part. But let's keep going.
That is being committed on Palestinian children and women. And I'm not going to quiet my perspective on that, to kowtow to whatever the prevailing narrative is at the New York Post.
I had Dan Bilzerian on Uncensored recently. I got to say, it took a pretty shocking turn, the interview. I hadn't fully factored in just how, in my opinion, after talking to him, brazenly anti-Semitic he is. And this included this clip here. Do you not understand why Jewish people might feel a sense of victimhood, given that 6 million of them were killed in World War II by a genocidal monster in the Holocaust? Do you not understand why that might make Jewish people feel that, yes, they have indeed been victims?
Yeah, I mean, that figure's been revised. They said that it was 4 million that died in Auschwitz, and then they said it was down to 1 million. So they've revised the figure.
Anyone that debates the numbers on this is like, that just hints at like at least pseudo, like why would you go back in time and like even debate these numbers? That doesn't make any sense to me. What's the point of doing that? Like, the only point of like trying to revise the numbers or trying to say, well, you know what, let's downplay these numbers a little bit. Like maybe that's not true. Like, why would you even go back in time to even try and do that? I think the only reason people would do that is to downplay the situation that happened back then. Make it seem like, oh, it wasn't actually that bad. And I'm like, it was that bad, literally. Like, the difference between what's going on now and what happened with the Holocaust is that the Holocaust was unprovoked. There was nothing happened to let that. There was no reason for that to happen. Like, Jewish people didn't do anything to Germany. Germany just decided to do that because of a powerful dictator that had, I guess, maybe he felt slighted by one person that may be Jewish or not. I think that was like the conspiracy theory or whatever. But like, October 7th, And now Netanyahu is doing what he's doing, and people are saying, "Oh, it's a Holocaust." And I'm like, bro, it was provoked. This was provoked. You can at least say that. So I don't understand. Like, I mean, I understand why they downplay it, but I think it borderlines anti-Semitic. Like in my mind, it's not 100% depending on how you talk about it, but going down that trail it doesn't look good.
Well, how many people?
And I
How many
believe it was the
people
Red
do you think were
Cross that
killed
said
in the
it was
Holocaust?
271,000 that died in Auschwitz.
How many do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
I don't know, but I would bet my entire net worth that it was under 6 million. The evidence all says that it was less than 6 million. I mean, just the mathematics don't work. Like, you can't cremate that many bodies.
I'm sorry, but I just find that unbelievably offensive, and I'm not even Jewish. You see, this is where I'm like you. I think there's been a weaponization of all these things. Whether you're transphobic, you're racist, you're sexist, you're anti-Semitic, whatever it may be, you're Islamophobic. I mean, people just spray this stuff around all the time to the extent where it does become meaningless. And actually, people who genuinely are those things, they get caught up in the wash and almost protected by the kind of wash of stuff. But when you hear someone like Dan Bilzerian, what do you feel about someone like him?
Yeah, so I actually didn't watch that interview, so I haven't seen it in its full context, and I try never to weigh in on clips because there'll be something I'm missing, and then everybody screams at me. But what I will say is this. The larger discussion that's happening right now is whether or not having survived a Holocaust gives you the permission to commit a Holocaust. And for whatever reason, people have been, what I would say...
It's not a Holocaust. It was provoked, but I continue. I digress.
Milking the Holocaust narrative in the same way that Black Americans were milking the slavery narrative and essentially saying, like, we lived through this and we survived this, and so now nobody can say that anything we do is wrong. And that's the big issue today, is that we have so many people that...
I understand the logic that she's using, and it hurts for me to, like, kind of go against it, but I mean, that one's just as bad as anyone that uses... I mean, I understand the logic. You know what? Let's just keep going. Like, I agree with that. But the difference is that one was provoked and the other one wasn't. And I think I'm going to maintain that position. Hopefully.
Will not recognize that it is totally feasible that a Jewish person, and I'm speaking here about Bibi Netanyahu, could do something as horrific as what was done to the Jews throughout World War II or throughout history.
But is that an accurate comparison? I'll tell you why I say that. As we know, I mean, whatever Dan Bilzerian wants people to believe, 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. Another 6 million people were murdered by Hitler and the Nazis.
Now, why does it even matter? Why does the number even matter? Like, he specifically went out to go and delete that specific kind of race of people. Or religious people. I don't know if you call them a race or religious. Like, that doesn't, like, why does the number even matter? Like, the act of trying to do that is the issue. Like, if it was just one or two and you just specificate on that would be, in my mind, I think it's just as bad because the intent is, like, exactly the same as whether it was 6 million, 10 million, or 2 people. Like, I think the punishment should be less severe if it was 2 people, but we're not talking about the punishment. We're talking about the moral impact or the intent, or if it justifies a certain thing, which I don't think it should. And I think she's correct on, like, just because you got Holocaust doesn't mean you can Holocaust other people. But, like, the issue is that I don't think what they're doing right now is a Holocaust. So that's the like, her logic is sound, and I understand that, but I think she has the facts on the ground wrong. So her conclusion is true if the facts on the ground were true to what she's saying, but it's not. So I disagree with that opinion. I think that's the way to say it.
The numbers of people being killed in Gaza are, in my view, have gone way beyond what is acceptable as a response to October the 7th. However, you're still talking about, at the moment, a death toll of under 50,000. There's no comparison in the amount of dead people compared to the Holocaust. So do you understand why?
But it is a Holocaust, what's happening.
Well, is it though?
Yes.
Well, I think language is really important.
I think language is really important as well. And that's
people
why
say Holocaust, genocide,
I think what's happening is a Holocaust. The burning bodies of the children that I'm seeing every day, and we spoke about this a little bit on my show, but I have recognized that the ability to see this stuff every day has transformed my opinion. Maybe the numbers wouldn't have gotten so high if people had spoken up when it was happening at the very beginning during World War II. And so I want to use my platform to say that I believe that they are intentionally executing a Holocaust. I think Bibi Netanyahu, there's tons of evidence, and obviously the Western media is not reporting on this, but the corruption trials that are going on with Bibi Netanyahu pertaining to October 7th and him editing the transcripts and the prior knowledge that he knew is now becoming extremely pertinent. It is a question as to whether...
Editing transcripts, is that what we're using now? Is that really, like, hardcore proof? Like, Netanyahu's editing transcripts. All right. Give me some facts, though. Give me some facts. Like, editing transcripts, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's trying to commit a Holocaust.
Whether or not he allowed the attacks to take place, essentially.
Allowed? Oh my God! Why? I hate that. That's so. Why would he want his own people to get deleted so he can have a justification to like attack them? Is that really like worth it? Like, people just have these weird conspiracy theories against like these guys, and it's so, that's so dumb. Like, all right, whatever.
To then be able to go in and to commit this Holocaust against the Palestinians. Now, based on everything that I've looked at,
like, if there was a pattern of him doing that with other circumstances, you're gonna have to give me that. Like, this one time that this happened, maybe that could be true, but like, I have a hard time believing that, especially when this is only one instance of. That's a funny face she has. That's a funny face she has. Wait, hold up. Let me pause this toggle thing. There we go. Look at that. That's a good face. That's a screenshot. But then I lost my train of thought. But whatever.
into and stuff that I had not seen before because the Western media doesn't cover it. Bibi Netanyahu caught off camera speaking about how he had no intention of following the Abraham Accords and how he was going to get around it. He has, I believe, genocidal ambitions, and that's enough. We don't need to
Going around the Abraham Accords, that's genocidal ambitions? I don't necessarily agree with that.
dispute, go backward or forward. Do I think Bibi Netanyahu has genocidal ambitions against the Palestinians? The answer is yes.
Do you think he's a war criminal?
Yes. I believe he's a war.
If that's true, and he has genocidal like ambitions for the Palestinians, then why is there like what? Why is there like so many like Palestinians in Israel proper right now being treated exactly the same way as Israeli citizens in Israel? Like if that was true, that he has genocidal intent for that specific group of people, like what happened with the Holocaust and Jews, why is he treating every single Palestinian that's in Israel proper, that has like a citizenship in Israel, exactly the same way as like a normal Jewish person in Israel? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think she even knows that. And that's the problem with what I think Candace is talking about. Like, she doesn't even know that fact, which is true. Like, it's not like Gaza is 100% Palestinians and Israel is 100% just Jewish people. Like, there's a mix of like Palestinian people and Jewish people, and like just in Israel proper, and vice versa with Gaza as well. There's like a little bit of Jewish people that live over there as well, that are in support of the Palestinian people and want to try and liberate them, because like it's this 75-year war or whatever.
Or criminal. And I think that the issue is how much power he has, particularly in America. And I want to make sure that I'm just crossing, or I guess making that clear to people across the pond. You know, in America, we have lobbying. You guys don't have lobbying here. And so this is why it might seem...
We do, but not to the same degree.
Yes, like AIPAC spends $100 million in our elections. And what that means is that they're able to write fellowships, they're able to pay journalists, they're able to pay people to attack and take down people who speak against their initiatives. And they are, AIPAC, I would say, is very much pro-Likud party, pro-Bibi Netanyahu. And this is why you have seen people like me being attacked in the way that they have been attacked for what I believe is just a human stance on what's happening to the Palestinians. I don't care if you had flipped it, if it had not been Israelis, if it had been, if it had...
I want to know what Candace Owens' stance on October 7th is. I want to know what her stance is.
Been Christians doing this to Muslims, I would say the exact
Interesting
same
how
thing
she hasn't even said that.
But there was a ton of evidence
even
that
once yet.
Netanyahu allowed October 7th to take place, including the things that
Wait,
she just did. If it had been Christians doing this to Muslims, I would say the exact same thing based on the images that I've seen. But there was a ton of evidence that Bibi Netanyahu allowed October 7th to take place, including the things that...
Oh, really? So she thinks that she actually does believe that like the prime minister or the president of like Israel like allowed October 7th to happen on his people. Like, that's a legit thing that that's a legit thing that she actually believes. That's I want to see that evidence. That's what I want to see.
that we found out, because I now read Haaretz daily to
You don't
read.
actually think he knew it was going to happen?
Well, let's just talk about the facts. We don't have to speculate on that. What we do know is that they did intercept the hostage plan before it took place, right? The 250 hostages that came out in Haaretz media.
Oh, okay. So, okay, let's break that down. They intercepted a plan. So what is Netanyahu supposed to do with that, with knowing that there's going to be a plan with this, right? What is he supposed to do? Invade Gaza automatically because of a plan? Is that what you would want him to do? Like, you realize how, like, if Netanyahu just randomly we saw this plan, it could be fake, we don't know, but we're just gonna invade because based on this one piece of evidence of a plan, like, that would not go over well at all. Everyone would be like, why are you doing this? That's crazy. There would be zero justification to take out the Hamas leader because they didn't even do anything. So, like, okay, so what else? I don't see anything else that they could have done, honestly.
We also know that Egypt gave them a warning that the attacks were going to take place. Egypt said that they were being ignored. That was a fact. I've been to Israel. Have you been to Israel? We know it's the size of New Jersey. We know that it takes 15 minutes to get from one end to the other. And we know that every 5 feet, there's a person in your face holding a gun. That attack went on for 2 hours without interruption. I find that hard to believe.
No, that's easy to believe because October 7th, 2020, 2020, October 7th, 2022 was a Saturday. And you know what Jewish people do on Saturdays? They stay in their, they stay in their, it's the Sabbath day. They don't go out. They stay inside. So it's obvious, like, when something happens and the entire, like, country is, like, not doing anything because of their religious standards, it makes sense that it took 2 hours to respond to something that happened, to a breach of their border. Like, if someone, like, it's not like they exploded. It's not like they shot a nuke. Like, they literally just flew on gliders. And the only people that would have been able to respond is the people on the ground and wondering what the heck is going on. Like, first, Israel has to be like, what's going on? And then secondly, they have to respond. The what's going on part probably was, like, unbelievable at the time. Because, like, remember, like, Israel's not expecting this to happen. Why would Israel be super high alert on, like, some people on gliders coming in and then taking and breaching one of the barricades and coming in all at once on the Sabbath? Like, this was legitimately planned on a day that Israel wouldn't be, like, hyper focused on anything. Come on now. Like, this is just, I find that highly unbelievable. It took 2 hours to respond. Really? On the Sabbath day? Really? You're not even Jewish. And so, like, of course you wouldn't understand.
And this gets to the, I guess you could say, the nucleus of the corruption trial against him, when now he's even arguing with the IDF minister who he fired, Yoav Gallant, am I saying his last name correctly, where they're saying that some funny stuff happened on October 7th, and they are explicitly accusing him of feeding lies to the Western media. This is crucial, and this could be the undoing of everything. If we find out that he had prior knowledge, and we do know for a fact that he said that he intended.
Wait, so you don't know that he had prior, you don't even know that Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the situation, but you're still going to insinuate that he does? Let's go back 2 seconds.
Accusing him of feeding lies to the Western media. This is crucial, and this could be the undoing of everything. If we find out that he had prior.
This could be the undoing of everything. I like how she words it that way. Very interesting. Not that this is hard proof. This could be the undoing. I'm nitpicking on her words, but, like, it shows that she's not 100% sure on this.
Knowledge, and we do know for a fact that he said that he intentionally wanted to take over Palestinian territory. You should find that clip and play it on the show, because it's very significant when he asked.
Yeah, every single that's been a thing that's been going on for, like, the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years. This is not new information. Every single person that was, I think, most of the like, it's always been in Israel's interest to, like, get more, like, land. I think it's always been like that. This is not new information. And I find it funny that she's now bringing this up as if, oh, look, it's Netanyahu specifically wanted. No, every single prime minister or president, I'm not sure what their legal structure is or governmental structure is, but they've always wanted it. Every single person in that location, because they're always being attacked. So they're always getting radicalized from the crazy stuff that the other side is doing to them, and they only see it one way. Like, yeah, let's just keep going.
Reporter to turn off the camera, and then he starts speaking about his plans for the Palestinians. This was years ago. I think Bibi Netanyahu is a monster, and I think the people that are still standing by him and supporting him, I wouldn't want to have that on my conscience.
Let's turn to the Palestinians, who I think have been appallingly oppressed for many decades. I've made no secret of that. But what Hamas did on behalf of the Palestinian people on October the 7th was an utterly heinous terrorist attack.
Absolutely. No question about it.
So my question would be, let's go back to October the 8th. What should have been Israel's response to that, given the scale of it?
True. All right. Yeah. What should be the response? Come on now.
Well, first and foremost, had to be a response. And we know that the IDF...
Wait, what did she say?
Back to October the 8th. What should have been Israel's response to that, given the scale of it?
Well, first and foremost, there had to be a response. And we know that the IDF is very capable of a surgical tactical response because they've done it over the years plenty of times in which they're able to take out terrorists. We just watched them execute a beeper attack and hit out Hamas terrorists. So
Which I think is a very relevant point, because if they could do that to 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists, why couldn't they be as precise with Hamas?
Because they don't want to be. They want to level it because they want to take it over. And I believe
Bro, the only reason the pager thing happened is because this was like their backup plan for just in case if something did happen with them. They were not expecting Hamas to do this. So, like, of course, they're not going to have a year's, almost decade-long plan to do something about it. Like, bro, like, 10 years ago, they would have to, like, know that this was going to happen with Hamas. They had no issue. I don't think they had any. Well, they should have had issues with them when they took over when they basically started executing like Palestinians when they came into power in like I think 2006 or 2003. I keep fluctuating between those two, but yeah, that's maybe that should have been a wake up call for Israel, because when the government of the other side is deleting their own protesters, if they're able to do that, then they probably will want to delete more. If they can delete their own civilians, then other people outside of that is probably fair game to them as well. Just saying. That would be one thing of hindsight. This was back in October, at least 2006. So, like, yeah, there was definitely some warning.
69. Hi again.
Hello. Hi. What's up?
You can see this, by the way, in the videos of the settlers dancing. I mean, why do they have settlers already ready? Doesn't that seem strange that this quickly you already have settlers that are going in and taking over the territory, and you're hanging, children's toys?
Well, what should Israel have done, though? What would have been?
They should have just taken out the Hamas terrorists.
How do you do that when?
Yeah, exactly. How do you do that? Like, they're in tunnels. What do you mean? Like, this is not some video game where you could just automatically just strike people with lasers or whatever. Like,
they're embedded amongst
civilians. Listen, I'm not an IDF minister, but what I can say is, going back to that beeper attack, it seems pretty precise, and they're
bro. Yeah, the beeper attack was only precise because it was almost a nearly long decade plan of this happening. Come on now.
Many examples of them doing that in the past. So I just don't buy the BS of we actually just have to take down entire towers and buildings. It doesn't even make sense. I mean, I'm not an engineer.
Oh, yeah, you're not an engineer, so of course you don't understand. But you just think that this is just so easy. They did the beeper thing, right? It's so easy. The beeper thing. Come on now, guys. Like, bro, you don't even know.
Engineering major, but if you're telling me that there's a tunnel under everywhere, you only have to hit a tunnel at a couple of points.
Globalize my agenda 69. Unrelated, but what do you think about Trump wanting to annex foreign territories?
Annex foreign territories? When you say annex, you mean like get rid of, right? Like Puerto Rico, and I think that's one territory. That's a genuine question. When you say annex, it means like get rid of, right? I'm gonna play it until you respond.
So the idea that they had to level the entire place,
globalize my agenda 69. Like integrate territories that don't belong to the us.
Oh. Like integrate territories that don't. I don't really have a hard stance on that. Like, I'm kind of slightly not for it.
Like how he was joking about Canada. Now he wants the Panama Canal and Greenland.
Okay, well, Panama Canal kind of makes sense because like that's a very strategic location. Greenland, I don't really understand. I mean, it has to make sense. It has to make sense. Like if it's for the better, if it's for the greater, like if it makes America more powerful, gives America more advantages, then I'll be for it. But if it doesn't make any sense, then I wouldn't be for it. I think it's more specific on like I don't really have a hard stance on like taking in more territory. But the thing is though, I don't want it to be done like through like violence or war, because then we're just going to piss off the people on the ground, and then we get like more terrorist attacks from the people that we piss off. So like I wouldn't be
He was buffing with the Prez of Panama on XLMAO.
Oh, really? Huh. Maybe I'll have to watch that. Cuz I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Oh yeah, actually, I just remembered something. Let me do this real quick. Edit. Boom. And then save. There we go. Reload. There we go. Perfection.
Globalize my agenda 69. Yeah, he threatened to take Greenland and the Panama Canal by force.
Yeah, let's I don't know. Trump will say certain things, but not actually like it's like he'll say by force, but like when he means by force, he means like we're not going to do trade with you anymore, and you're gonna like basically you're gonna bleed out without any foreign. I don't think he literally means that he's gonna send troops on the ground to take it over, because like Trump is very he'll say a lot of crazy stuff. Not gonna lie, and it is kind of scary sometimes. But I would have to see that clip. If you can like send me a link.
Make any sense. Like I said, I think their goal, and as they do, they have all these policies.
Well, I guess when we're done, when we get to a specific part on this video, I can look it up too.
The law, and the way they kill a certain amount of Palestinians every year. This is genocidal. The aims here are genocidal.
Your father-in-law, very
isn't engineering
Wait,
major,
what?
But if you're telling me that there's a tunnel under everywhere, you only have to hit a tunnel at a couple of points to render it completely useless. So the idea that they had to.
There is tunnels everywhere. What do you mean? They've been building this since 2006. Come on now. Like that's just not. She just doesn't understand. She just doesn't understand.
Level the entire place plus go out into refugee camps doesn't make any sense. Like I said, I think their goal, and as they do, they have all these policies mowing the lawn, the way they kill a certain amount of.
No, it does make sense.
Globalize my agenda 69. If the principles, both moral and legal, of this magnanimous gesture of giving are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to us, in full, and without question, Trump continued. To the officials of Panama, please be guided accordingly.
If the principle is both. Oh, is the Panama Canal... Did we make that? I have a vague... I really should fix that. I don't like how the chat keeps bouncing in and out like that, because it is technically two scenes that it's switching back and forth on automatically. I'll fix that another time. I can't be bothered right now.
Globalize my agenda 69. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well if it's already ours, then...
Globalize my agenda 69. The US invaded and occupied Panama to build it.
Wow. So we're no wonder Israel and the US are such good friends. That's funny. That's funny. We occupied them. I wonder why no one's talking about that. That's funny. The U.S. invaded and occupied Panama.
Globalize my agenda 69. Carter gave it back to them.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's why we don't say anything, because we just, yeah, Israel, come on now, just give it to them. Don't bother. Wait, actually, that place is completely like different. And now Trump wants it back, basically. Okay, all right. I don't know about that one, because we gave it back to them. We shouldn't have to try and take it by force. But if force is like tariffs and stuff like that, then I'll be for it. But if force is troops on the ground and taking it over, not really for that. Not really for that.
Globalize my agenda 69. It was officially returned in 1999 because of a 1979 treaty.
Interesting year. Very interesting year. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Grinder 666. Hello, great streamer. You stream so really well, that's why I follow.
That's great. Good job. Thank you for the follow. I don't even want to say any part of your name. But thank you. And yeah, I am not interested in Discord. You're just a random bot. But okay. Let's just continue this now.
Palestinian
It depends. Is there, you said there's a specific video. We'll look into it. We'll look into it.
every year. This is
In the
this is
Panama
genocidal.
Canal thing.
The aims here are genocidal.
Your father-in-law, very highly
Oh my god.
complex. So
I don't know why she kept saying genocidal. And turning that thing back on.
yeah, they had to level the entire place plus go out into refugee camps doesn't make any sense. Like I said, I think their goal, and as they do, they have all these policies mowing the lawn, where they kill a certain amount of Palestinians every year. This is genocidal. The aims here are
Globalize my
genocidal.
agenda 69. He also wants Greenland for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know about Greenland. Greenland's kind of far away. I don't see why, like, what the strategic point to that is. But there probably
Globalize
is
my
one.
agenda 69. Probably because it has a strategic position.
Maybe. But for what, though? Like, to the North Pole? That's just mostly seawater. And we don't have any issues with, like, people in Europe or the Great Britain. And Canada is right there, and we have bases there. Japan, we have bases there. And that's closer to, like, other places on that we have issues with. Like, Russia's very far at the other side. I really don't see why.
Globalize my agenda 69. Though if he would try to use tariffs there, that would mean a trade war with the EU.
Oh, because the EU has, they have claim over Greenland, right? I think.
Father-in-law, very highly well-regarded man in this country, Lord Michael Farm, he said the Israeli Defense Forces were acting in a highly accountable way in an extremely complex and difficult environment. We cannot forget that they have been forced to prosecute this war. Obviously, a different interpretation of events there. Have you discussed this with him?
Yeah, I mean, I try to separate my politics from his politics because I think it's unfair in any family to say, well, what does your mom think? What
Globalize
does your
my
cousin think?
agenda
What does my sister think? My
69.
sister's
Denmark owns Greenland.
Oh.
Democrat,
Globalize my agenda
what I can say is
69. It is like a territory under the Danish crown.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm not 100%. I'm neutral. I have a neutral stance on this because, like, it depends on the specific situation. Greenland, I'm not so sure on. The Panama Canal, I can understand, so I would be slightly leaning towards that. Very slightly, depending on how you do it, will make me go back to not for it or back to neutral. But Greenland, I'm not so sure about. I'm going to take a neutral stance because I just don't know.
I deeply respect him. He's done a tremendous amount of work. And I want to say this. I was on the Zionist side. Let's not forget this. For years, I worked for Prager University. I worked for Daily Wire. And so I was much more sympathetic to, I would say, the Zionist cause throughout my entire career. But the difference is, and I think we spoke about this on my podcast, generationally, with the access of social media, being able to see these things every day versus the person who, as you described it, as you are still, because you're kind of a
Globalize
combo,
my
who
agenda
hears the front of the
69.
newspaper.
Nah, I completely disagree with you.
Oh, what's your stance on it?
and
Globalize
reads
my
the
agenda
newspaper.
69. That is insane imperialist logic.
What do you mean? Like, or tell me what your stance is, and then So I can understand why you're saying that. Yeah.
and believes that, or this kind of becomes or colors their worldview, is very different. Social media completely transformed my perspective on what's happening in Israel and Palestine, and I'm disgusted with myself for not being more awake to it.
Like, I wouldn't be here in America if it wasn't because of like colonialist, imperialistic, like
Globalize my agenda 69. Yeah, let's take this bit of land from our allies by force. It has a strategic purpose.
Oh, are you saying?
Globalize
Are you
my
asking
agenda
me in
69. How in any world is that justifiable?
I'm not saying it's justifiable. That's why I said it depends on how he does it. Like, I wouldn't be against it if it was because of like some sort of trade war. Like, if we want something and well, we're gonna try and take it. But like, if it's gonna result in like people getting killed, then I'm not gonna be for taking it. It's not worth it. But if it's a trade agreement, like if they agree to
Globalize
do
my
it,
agenda
then
69. You said you would be willing to support it.
yeah. But it depends on how you do it. Like, if they do it in like a negative way, then if they do it in a like we're just gonna go guns blazing and people are gonna be getting killed, then I wouldn't be for it at all. No matter how like they would have to be like a very super
Globalize
strategic
my
reason.
agenda 69. If we want something, we will try taking it. Is insane LMAO.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I guess if you interpret that in the most negative way possible, but like, you can like, yes, if you want, like, we're gonna try and take it. That doesn't mean we're gonna go in there and like delete people and take it. It means we're gonna try some sort of negotiation and try and take it that way. Like, maybe I should have been more specific instead of just saying if we want something, we'll try and take it. Because you can just interpret that in the most negative way possible, which I think that's why he said it's insane. Like, you can also think like, yeah, we'll take it, we'll negotiate. Like, negotiating for something is still taking it, and that's typically how people do like trade. Like, everyone negotiates, and you getting like it's a give and take type of situation.
Globalize my agenda 69. Yeah, but you are still using force to steal land.
Maybe I should use force in a more specific way then. Because like the way that I'm using force is that if you're gonna like pressuring people, I would consider using force, like pressuring people to do something a specific way, like with like tariffs and stuff. Would you consider that like taking it by force, or would you say that's not taking it by force if you're just using like you're just making it harder for them to trade? Because that's kind of like what I meant when I said it's fine if they just use force. But if that's not what you meant, then I guess I'll have to not use
Globalize my
force.
agenda 69. Yeah, I would.
Oh, okay.
Globalize my agenda 69. And that is horrible.
Really? It's horrible to like trade with like if you want something and you don't try and get it, like it's horrible to try and like use trade negotiations or force people to kind of like bend to your will. Like, how would you get things done if no one could like ask, like, maybe I'm seeing like the way that I see force is like kind of like asking for it, and then if they say no, then you persuade them, like or manipulate them with like other stuff. Like, that's just how the world is, though.
Globalize my agenda 69. Yeah, it is.
Well, I don't think it's horrible. I don't think it's horrible. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's nice. Like, it's mean, but like if like people aren't gonna get like no billionaire in this world was nice to other people to get to the position that they were, but yet they're still a billionaire. Like, you can't be nice and become a billionaire.
Starving out an entire nation's economy to force them to give up land is horrible.
Starving out their entire nation's economy. Well, then maybe they shouldn't have been relying on us in the first place. But at the same time, maybe you don't like if we're giving them, like, we're starving out a nation's economy. if you're relying on our economy, that means we're the ones that are giving you that luxury. If you're not going to help us out in a specific way, then we'll just take away that luxury and put tariffs on you. Like, you don't have a right to our, like, you say that you're starving them out, but like maybe they shouldn't have been like they shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. Like they shouldn't be so reliant on the US, because like that's something we're providing.
Globalism agenda 69. No.
No. What do you mean no? Question mark. I have no idea how to respond to that.
Agenda 69. How is trading with someone a gift to them?
Well, we have a giant economy, and if they want to trade, if they want to like get more, if they want to be connected with the, like, say that there's a little business in Greenland, and there's no trade relations with the
Agenda
US.
69. It is your own fault for thinking you can have fair trade with us, LMAO.
Actually, not gonna lie, I almost would agree with that statement, almost. But like that's negatively framed a little bit. I wouldn't say it like that, but you know what? It kind of is. I'm a very self-responsibility type of person. Like if I think everyone has like, maybe not like we can argue about the levels of responsibility between the two people, but there's always some responsibility to asking, like, for engaging in a specific situation. Like, if you don't engage.
Agenda 69. No, that is literally what you are saying.
I mean, yeah, you could kind of, I can see that. I can sort of see that. And I wouldn't be entirely against that.
Agenda 69. You are justifying using imperial force to take land, actually. Globalism Agenda 69. This is insane, LOL.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm justifying it. I'm just saying that that's probably something that they would do, and I wouldn't be against it. I'm not justifying it. Like I said, I have a neutral stance. I'm not justifying this stuff. I'm saying I wouldn't be against it if it were to happen. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way and like try and like push for this. I wouldn't really push for this at all. Like, because I don't have any personal interest except for the fact that I live in the US, but I don't see how the Greenland is going to help me, or getting the Panama Canal is going to help me unless I go on a cruise and then
Globalism Agenda 69. Now, you said you would support it.
I would support it depending on the specific situation. Like, they would have to tell me like what they want it for. But like right now, I don't know that information. I don't see why that would happen. So I'm neutral on it. Like I said, I was neutral. I'm slightly leaning for the Panama one, but I'm neutral on the Greenland one, because I can sort of see like a strategic thing for the Panama one. If like I don't have a hard stance on this. Like I said before, I could switch on that.
Because can social media also, can it wrongly skew a narrative? In other words, can it reinforce one view, which is very quickly established? I mean, I was astonished how quickly the narrative after October the 7th became anti-Israel and very pro-Palestinians stroke Hamas in many cases. I found that quite terrifying that was the case, notwithstanding my own view about how Palestinians have been treated before that. Could it be, I mean, you're a very smart person, but you say that you were affected by social media. Social media was incredibly partisan behind the Palestinians almost immediately, to the extent where I would argue, looking back at the whole time, that I've argued persistently, well, what would be proportionate? I can't think of anything Israel could have done, given that Hamas were embedding themselves amongst civilians. I don't know how they could have attacked Hamas without...
Bro, Hamas doesn't even have like a military uniform. Like, wait, actually, let me look that up right now. Does Hamas have a military uniform? ChatGPT. Let's go. Yes, Hamas Palestinian military groups have military uniform worn by fighters. Okay. I mean, instead of using ChatGPT, let's Go to internet. Boom. And let's get some pictures. Based on Hamas military wing. Oh, has used both civilian clothing and military style uniforms in various contexts. Okay, so they have military uniform, but they also use both civilian and clothing. Okay,
69.
all right.
They don't wear them.
Yeah, that's basically what this is saying. Like, I knew that there was some sort of specific like the pro-Palestinian people would be like, yeah, they do have military style uniforms, but completely leave out the context of like they also use civilian clothing. And then the Israel people would say like, look, they only use civilian clothing, and then ignore the fact that they actually do have uniforms. Like it's one line of text, but depending on like the way that you think of the situation, you'll hyper focus on the civilian clothing part, or you hyper focus on the uniforms part. And that's the issue with this whole situation. Both people have like good reasoning to believe what they want to believe, because like they both are using kernels of truth, but they don't ever want to see everything in its full context. Which kind of sucks for the situation on the ground, because if there's no way to like fix or remedy the situation on the ground if they both feel justified in what they're doing. So,
Stephen Bennell.
Nope, that's the wrong thing.
About being criticized, whatever they did.
They would have been criticized, but not to this degree. Everyone was expecting a response, and myself included. We're, like you said, and we agree on this, we're way past that. So that's not even a question anymore. There had to have been a response, and you are correct that no matter what, the response would have been criticized. But now there are questions about whether or not, like I said, they allowed this attack to happen, and I think this corruption trial will tell us much more. My instincts are telling me yes, but to go back to your question about whether or not social media can color you the wrong way, for the first time ever, we were just able to see what was happening in Palestine. Before, we just had to rely on legacy media, who has
But did you believe all you were seeing?
When I first saw it, I kind of wanted to wait. You know, I was trying to just sort through everything.
Because I'm still not sure all the stuff I see is right.
Well,
it's very
some
hard
of it,
to...
well, but I'm now getting my information because I ended up signing up for Haaretz in Israeli newspapers because they're protesting it. They're calling this an ethnic
No, I
cleansing.
read that stuff all the time, yeah.
If Israeli newspapers are calling this an ethnic cleansing, why do we not have people in the Western media that have the courage to call it the same? It's clearly not anti-Semitism. Why on earth would Haaretz media or a Haaretz Israeli newspaper be anti-Semitic and want to see the undoing of Jews? Again, this goes back to AIPAC.
I don't understand how she has that point in her head, but also think that Netanyahu has like genocidal intent for like the Palestinians. I don't like, she understands that like she'll point out that, yeah, look at all these journalists and people in Israel that are calling this out. Why is Netanyahu not doing anything about that? Like if Netanyahu is like this terrible person that only wants to delete people and he's kind of evil, don't you think he would kind of like completely just like delete all that extra stuff from within his own like newspapers within Israel? Like, wouldn't he want to like get rid of that type of stuff? Like, he is in power. He could just do that. He could just stop them from publicating all those stuff. But he doesn't. But at the same time, Netanyahu's this terrible person that has genocidal intent and stuff like that, and evil and crazy, and like that's just interesting how she has those two thought processes, not at the exact same time, because that's probably why she doesn't have any cognitive dissonance on that. But because like this is later on in the video, she said that in the beginning.
Agenda 69. Controlled position.
Yeah. I just find it interesting how she does that. Not really an argument against that, but yeah, I guess let's just continue.
And back to lobbying. But to answer your question, that piqued my curiosity, and I couldn't believe that essentially everything that I had these presets to believe about Jews, everything was existential. Again, that sort of Holocaust upbringing in my mind culturally, seeing so many Holocaust movies, I kind of had these factory settings where I instantly always wanted to see Jewish people as the victim. And it was very hard for me to kind of shed that and to...
But a lot of Jewish people were victims here too.
Correct. But what I'm saying is my factory...
So it's not wrong for them to play the victim if they're genuinely being victims.
If they're genuinely being victims, correct. But when I say my factory settings, what I mean is that the second a Jewish person got hysterical about anything, I just assumed they were telling the truth and were the victims. I'm just kind of going back and assessing my own character flaws.
Yeah, I understand that. You shouldn't automatically just think that just because they're Jewish.
I got this wrong in my political career. What you should do is not have these factory settings and actually examine the facts, right? And so when I started to do that, what I started noticing was I wasn't even allowed to ask a question. So I'd see something and then I'd say, well, what is this? And then suddenly it was anti-Semitism. And that right there to me signals you're not telling me the truth because you shouldn't have to do that, right? Nobody is going
But I
to
think
decide.
that works. I think that works in almost every single debate in the world right now. I see it the other way around, where you get being accused of being an Islamophobe if you dare to criticize anything on the Palestinian side, even if a lot of the stuff that's been going on is worthy of criticism.
I haven't seen that, and I say this as someone who was deeply critical of people that were Islamic throughout my entire career, because again, I jumped into politics, and there's a certain perspective that you're supposed to have in America about Zionism, and you're supposed to kind of marry yourself to it. And despite all of the things that I now kind of blush when I look.
I want to know. I want to see the videos of Candace Owens talking about Hamas and some of the things that she's seen about with Hamas doing. Some of the things that happened with Hamas and that hospital. I want to know her take on that hospital instance with the thing that hit that said that they blew up a hospital, and it turned out that it was like a broken rocket from a. It turned out to be like wasn't it like a broken rocket, or a faulty rocket from like on the Hamas side that they shot, but then it ended up, it malfunctioned and then fell on like in the hospital, not on the hospital, but on the parking lot of the hospital. But then they blew that up into proportion, saying that, oh, look, Israel just destroyed or shot a hospital for some reason. This was super early on. I think like maybe a week or two after the October 7th in 2022. Yeah. 2022. So, no, in 2023. I forget. We're at the end of 2024. And it was the yearly 2023. Oh, man. I thought that was. Yeah. Okay. I got my dates wrong, but it's fine. I was off by a year.
Look back on that I sort of had those factory settings. They never kind of just like routinely dismissed me.
Globalize my agenda 69. If not for the blockade, Hamas could make better rockets that wouldn't destroy their own hospitals.
Yeah. Yeah. If not for the blockade, they could make better. They could make better rockets.
69. All this is the fault of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think it was fun. It was fun chatting with you and you and Tim Philosophy. My God, the thing said Tim Philosophy so many times that I just know how he says his name now. But he was a pro Hamas person, and you're not like that radicalized. Like you have a more legitimate stance on the situation, but you're more pro Palestinian than I would be. Like I don't believe like I guess you could say that it's all Israel's fault, and I can see that, and but I just don't take that perspective at all. Like if they didn't do October 7th, then Israel wouldn't be responding. So I put more of the blame on the people that voted in Hamas in the first place, and then kept them in because like Hamas is like a dictated organization that ended up deleting all of their own protesters. So like 70% of the people end up like supporting everything that was going on up until like October. I think the support for Hamas was down until October 7th happened, and then everyone, or 90+% of the Palestinian people, were in support of what Hamas did on October 7th, which is honestly super crazy in my eyes. So that's why I don't really have any sympathy for them. Because like you literally, they wanted this, and they voted them in, and then they got stuck with them, which kind of sucks. But like you shouldn't have voted them in the first place. Like you have some responsibility for that. Israel had nothing to do with if Hamas was going to get voted in or not in 2006 or 3. Like it's just, but they blame everything on Israel. Like I guess, yeah, technically, if Israel didn't have the blockade, they could make better rockets to shoot into Israel. But like, why would Israel do that? But yeah, let's continue.
Paid for, never called me an Islamophobe, whatever it is. I just want to be fair. And I want to be fair. If something happened tomorrow and in an elite place in America and a bunch of Jews were killed and targeted, I want to stand on my platform and say what is happening to Jewish people is wrong. I'm not married to hating Jews because I think what Bibi Netanyahu is doing is wrong. It has nothing to do with the Jewish people at large. This is a foreign state. He's allowed to be criticized in the same way that I criticize Biden, in the same way that you can criticize Trump. I'm criticizing Bibi Netanyahu, and I think the ICC got it correct in pursuing an arrest against him.
Do you think Hamas are terrorist organization?
Absolutely.
You do?
If you kill civilians, you're a terrorist organization. That was always very clear.
So could they play any part in the government after all this, in your view?
I would really struggle to see how that would be a plausibility.
Let's turn to Syria, because interestingly, you said the fall of Bashar al-Assad is not a good thing.
No.
Why?
Well, just kind of going backwards, and I also want to be careful here because
I wish he would have pressed her a little bit more on that, but okay, that's
try not
fine.
to be an expert on things that I don't know enough about, and that's why I usually have people on my show. I had on Scott Horton, who's way deeper on the topic of Syria.
I had him on last week.
Yeah, guy, he is. Yeah, he's super.
Actually, had him on with a top American general, and it was a fascinating debate because they agreed about a lot more than I think they thought they would agree about.
Yeah.
It was really interesting. Actually, when you have a civilized conversation between two people you think are implacably opposed, actually often they find a lot of common ground if they're fair-minded.
Exactly. And so I always say, I like to take time, and I view my show as a place where people can come and learn along with me. I'm not a snob. I don't pretend that I know everything. And I have the humility to admit when I've gotten things wrong and to adjust my opinions. You know, on the topic of Syria, it has been pretty clear to me and everyone, I'm grateful that J.D. Vance even said it, that this was going to result in the mass killing of Christians. It just seems...
But that hasn't been happening yet. So it's interesting. There's not been a persecution.
I'm not too familiar with what's going on in Syria.
Al-Assad. In fact, what you're seeing...
The only thing I know is that wasn't their government like overthrown? I think that's the only thing that I know on the subject. Was it Syria that had one of those states had their collapse? Yeah. And now there's something going on there, and Israel's helping out. And is the U.S. Are we involved? Are we actually involved in that? I think we are, because wasn't there like that CNN thing that made that propagandic video or something, or it turned out to be a propagandic video. I guess CNN got duped, but willingly duped. I would say that.
Is a lot of the forewarnings that XYZ would happen. They're not happening yet. Now, it's way too early to say they're not going to happen. But certainly what is fascinating to me in the interplay of what's happening in Syria, you've got this guy who used to be one of the Al-Qaeda commanders, and he's clearly, in his rhetoric, been moving to a much more moderate position in the last few years. Now he's taken charge, and he's continued to sound and speak like a moderate, and he's not ordering the kind of retributional murders and mayhem that people may have thought he would, and that includes specifically the fact that Syrian Christians are not at the moment being subjected to any kind of apparent oppression. I mean,
all right, hold up. Syrian. We're gonna. Well, let's see. I'll turn myself over here. Was Syria the one that had their military or government collapse? Question mark. And we're going to throw in the ChatGPT because that's what we're doing right now. I love ChatGPT. Syria's government and military have not completely collapsed, but they have experienced significant challenges due to their ongoing... Oh, wait, no. ChatGPT is kind of slow when it comes to this type of stuff. Oh, so, okay. So a specific sect. Okay. So this is the one that I was talking, that everyone kept saying that collapsed. Was it? Who controls? Oh, yes. Yeah. Assad has gone. Yeah, they fled. And I think Syria wasn't that controlled by weren't they like super allied with Russia? Yes. Okay, so that's true. All right.
Are you surprised and encouraged by that?
You know, to be honest with you, because I traveled over here and then I was sick for an entire week, I haven't done enough I haven't looked into the story.
You have this lurgy that I've had, right?
Yeah, exactly. I need to stay more up to date on what's going on. But my concern is that, and even if it's not happening imminently, that a lot of Christians are about to be murdered. And listen, again, talking about the broader conversation of Israel's involvement, which I showed on my show with Scott Horton, you know, them admitting that they armed Al-Qaeda, al-Nusra, all of this is just inappropriate and wrong. And you just keep calling yourselves victims, and you've been caught so many times funding rebels, giving rebels weapons to pursue Israel's aims in the region. I think that our foreign policy in the West is way too tied to what Bibi Netanyahu wants. Okay, and I'm happy that this conversation is happening. I'm happy that people are able to debate it. I'm happy that people like Scott Horton are given a platform to really think through these things.
Globalize my agenda 69. Christians are actually having it good in Syria, RN.
Yeah, I don't know anything to that sense. Like my knowledge on Syria is very limited. I don't really know. They could be, they could not be. I'll take your word for it though.
America, at least, there's a major awakening happening as it pertains to our foreign policy in the Middle East.
Let's turn to some of the other big stories at the moment. The shooting of the healthcare chief executive. And in particular, the weird reaction from the left of kind of immediately moving to, well, he's a hot assassin, Luigi Mangione, when in fact he's just a cold-blooded assassin.
Classic America.
Your old friend Don Lemon said this.
Do you think it's a gay thing? Because look, maybe we are over-indexing on the gay friends and text because all of my gay friends are like, that someone said they better not hold a trial within 50 miles of Hell's Kitchen in New York.
Yeah, I got a couple hung jury texts. I've got some texts that aren't really appropriate for the Don Lemon show, so it might just be a gay thing.
And all I could think watching that was, really, guys, I mean, if this had been a female chief executive, would you be saying any of this stuff? If this hot assassin had executed a woman executive? I mean, no. Why are they doing this?
I have no idea why they're doing that. I have no idea why Don Lemon is still speaking. I mean, nothing that he does makes any sense anymore. So I'm not even sure what the aims of his new show are. But yeah, there have been tons of people that are commenting on his looks. Really, what it's fostering, which I think is more important, is a discussion on healthcare in general in America, which is another topic that people tend to not understand because...
Well, you seem both, interestingly, because you're married to an English guy, and we have the NHS here, the National Health Service, free for all, which is not perfect by any means, but it does mean that if you walk out here today and you fall over and break your leg, you're going to get free healthcare in this country. You're not going to have to be having someone standing over you wanting payment before they'll give you a painkiller.
Yeah.
And there's something amazing about that as a system. In America, I've had injuries, I've broke some ribs and stuff, and I remember somebody as I was...
So, some guy wanted to chat with me about something about the, let's see, what did he say specifically? Boom. There we go. We're back. System's back. He wanted to chat about, what do you call it? He had some issues, or he had a disagreement with me on the left versus right thing with the I'm gonna have to find that video, don't I? I have to find it. It was with that Jewish lady that I made a long time ago. Let's see. Where are we at? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to watch this eventually too. Damn, it's just anti Tim Pool propaganda. Is basically what I see when I look at Destiny at this point. Let's go to no, not studio. Yeah, channel. There we go. This lady, we are not listening to that, but this lady specifically, he had some issues with me in this entire chat, but yeah, so we'll do that eventually. Whenever this person comes on, I guess we'll chat then. So we're just gonna sit inside the Discord chat until that happens.
Dozing in and out of consciousness, wanting to know how I'd pay for this. And it was quite scary, having been used to the NHS. That is real America, and I could afford to pay for it. But imagine if you couldn't. And apparently some of these healthcare companies are operating at like a 30% denial rate at the moment. So a lot of people are dying because they're being denied cover.
That's exactly right. And what people don't understand is it's not a marker of a failed free market system. It's not a free market system at all. What's wrong with American healthcare is that it's a fully operating drug cartel.
All right, my stance on the whole assassination thing, that's the healthcare thing, that's crazy. There's zero justification. That does not mean I necessarily disagree with what he just said here. Like what he just said here,
it's not a marker of a failed free market system. It's not a...
are operating at like a 30% denial rate at the moment. So a lot of people are dying because they're being denied cover.
That's exactly right.
Like I wouldn't disagree with that, but that doesn't justify deleting like a CEO. Come on now, that does not justify in any way of assassinating anyone. So come on.
right? And what people don't understand is it's not a marker of a failed free market system. It's not a free market system at all. What's wrong with American healthcare is that it's a fully operating drug cartel. You're completely blindfolded. You have no idea how much anything costs. The insurance companies are making deals. You've got like the government involved. I say it's always the exact aims of the Mexican cartels were actually accomplished in America. A partnership between the government, the insurance companies, and the pharmaceutical giants. And they decide on pricing. They blindfold you. They send you in there. And it's all about price gauging and seeing how much money they can make. A great example of what happens actually if you had gotten rid of these health insurance companies entirely is things become instantly more affordable. LASIK surgery being a classic example of that.
I had that.
Years ago, when the insurance companies were involved, that would cost people $40,000 per an eye. Today, the average price for both eyes is $4,500 because insurance now declines coverage. So it's people are angry about our health insurance, and that's why you're seeing some of that rhetoric where like, well, nobody cares what happened to Brian Thompson. But even though I disagree with that rhetoric strongly, you should always condemn murder, especially cold-blooded murder, in the way that it happened. The sentiment behind it is just recognizing that people's loved ones are suffering, loved ones are dying, and it's because we do have a criminal cartel operating in broad daylight.
Daniel Penny.
Yeah, I understand why. I understand why people are frustrated. Like, yeah. That's the thing, though, about watching things that I agree with. I'm just going to be like, yeah, that's true. You know what? And just keep going. Like, I don't really have anything to add to that.
It was the other big story where he was obviously a veteran Marine, and he apprehended this guy who was going nuts on the subway, and he did a sort of chokehold restraint on him, and the guy dies. I never thought that Daniel Penny should have ever got to court. Fortunately, I felt justice was done. He's now been seen with Trump and everybody at the big football match at the weekend and so on. But what was interesting to me was, given your background with BLM, the leader of BLM in New York, Hawk Newsom, said we need some black vigilantes. People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we doing the same? The framing of that as being loud, as if that was all that Jordan Neely was doing. When 9 out of 11 of the witnesses who were there at the time, including women and children, they all said it was the most terrifying experience they'd ever had on a subway. This wasn't somebody being loud. It was somebody being incredibly threatening, apparently potentially very dangerous, said he'd prepared to go to prison for life and didn't care if he even died in the process. That's somebody that needs apprehending to protect people, innocent people.
Oh,
it's not
yeah.
someone being...
So they're going to talk about the Daniel Penny acquittal, and I'm 100% for it. Like, there's a lot of information that people just didn't know about, that just wasn't shared with the with the public, and it was purposely. And I think Daniel Penny is now suing the prosecutor and the company, the medical center that did the autopsy, because I think they refrained. They specifically didn't give them all the information that they needed to know about the situation. They selectively gave them information. I think like there was a reason why they're suing them now. And and they selectively like set it out to make Daniel Penny look like this terrible person. And another thing that I didn't even know about the situation, Daniel Penny wasn't the only person that was like seducing this guy. There was another guy there. But like no one talks about the other person that was there actually like seducing? No, like keeping the guy on the ground because he was kind of nuts. Like the only thing it was just all about Daniel Penny the entire time. And I don't know if I want to really watch this because like I'm going to largely agree. Maybe they might have something interesting to say.
Which this guy then wants to flip into, well, we must take equal, violent, potential deadly action against people that try and stop us.
Yeah. Well, Hawk Newsom, I've sat down with him twice now over the years, and I can tell you he is virulently racist towards white people. There's no question about it. He has a hatred for white people like I've never seen. And I had him on friendly terms. I was like, hey, let's just have a conversation about what it is that you believe. And right away, he's angry when he sees a white person and sort of buys into this whole victim narrative and truly is someone who believes that there is no wrong that a black person can do if a white person is there. So he's not someone that should be paid attention to. And he does these things to get headlines. It's completely not sensible, especially for people
I don't know who she's talking
young
about.
Kids like I do. Daniel Penny's a hero. This is exactly what you want to take place. The only lack of justice here is the fact that he had to go through the court system at all, as opposed to have just been, thank you so much. Here's a GoFundMe. We're all raising money. I hope you live out the rest of your days as a millionaire because you stepped up and saved a bunch of people's lives.
But you know what's interesting, Candace, is, excuse me, I've got, you know what I've got.
I know what you've got.
The interesting thing to me has been the reaction to two things. One, the Daniel Penny case and the verdict. That despite all the efforts of people like that guy, Hawk, to whip everybody up into vigilante violence and mass protests, it never happened. There were no mass protests. We didn't see another George Floyd uprising of rage around the country at all. In fact, even on a tiny level, it never happened. But secondly, the attempt to portray Trump as the new Hitler, a fascist, and so on, the most existential threat to democracy, blah, 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 blah. Two interesting things to me. I was at the Madison Square Garden rally. there were no protesters turned up. This is the middle of Manhattan, just before the election. The new Hitler's in town, right, with all his young new Nazis. And
Damn.
only 150 people turned up to protest. 50,000 Trumpers turned up who couldn't get in, who were keen to join the party. And I remember thinking, wow, Manhattan's basically given up with this because they don't believe this bullshit. And I felt the same thing with the Jordan Neely verdict response, is that BLM movement was so damaged, really, as the longer it went on, that actually this time round people weren't having it.
Yeah.
And we've seen it in those two things, both with Trump and with this case. Really interesting.
Yep. Seems like he's going to be spawning in. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So I've never done this before, but I got multiple screens, so shouldn't be too hard to set this up. All right, so you're automatically muted. Oh yeah, I made it that way, didn't I? But I can undo that, I think. Can you unmute yourself if you can't? Nope. Okay. All right. Let's see. If I give you this, can you unmute yourself now? I give you another role. I will assume that you didn't. So what if I give you admin? Are you able to unmute now? There we go.
I think we're good.
There we go. Admin works. All right. So as soon as this conversation done, I got to remember to take your admin role away.
I promise I'll be good. Yeah. I
All
won't
right.
do anything crazy. All right.
All right.
So
Yeah.
I'm Renyold, by the way. I talk about politics. I do, liberal stuff. I couldn't really get a gauge of where your allegiances lie, if anywhere. But so I watched the video that you did on the Beta Sargon lady and Destiny.
Yes.
And I'm obviously I'm not in the business to defend like other takes that Destiny has given or his personal life or whatever, because it's a little messy. But
Yeah.
some of the takes that you were giving, and the boiling down to Donald Trump being like any other politician on the left, I think was.
I don't think he's like any other politician. Like that's the opposite. That I have the opposite take on that. I think he's unlike any other politician. So in order to like rate him on the same like line that people usually rate other politicians, I think that's my reasoning for like not, because like people say that I grade him on a curve, and it's because he's completely different than other people, than other politicians. So like it makes sense to grade him on a different scale. That was my reasoning.
Okay. Do you think that we should do that for things like scandals?
I don't think so, but it'll definitely bleed into that, because scandals aren't necessarily like what do you mean when you say scandal?
Yeah. So, for example, like comparing the way that Hillary Clinton treated the 2016 election to the way that Donald Trump treated the 2020 election, I think is completely unfair. Like, I think Donald Trump took unprecedented action around the 2020 election, and I saw a couple comparisons to Hillary's like quote unquote election challenges in 2016, and I don't think that they even hold a candle to each other.
I think they're related. I do think Trump was much worse, or yeah, much more childish, worse. But I don't think it's fair to say that they're completely different from each other. They both on principle kind of did some like the similar thing, but obviously Trump went a little bit further than that. And I can understand why that seems a little scary, but I don't think that's not a disqualifier for me. Like I think he truly believed it, so.
Okay. So we can have a discussion over that in a second, but so this is one of the points that I brought up, because I reacted to the video on stream, so I made a couple points that I remember. when we talk about Donald Trump challenging the results of the election, and then we bring up Hillary Clinton also challenging the results of the election, I think we have a problem in that we conflate every election challenge to every other election challenge. But the problem is that Hillary Clinton's claims in 2016 had a lot more merit than Donald Trump's did, and Donald Trump, I do believe, was knowingly lying about his election fraud claims in 2020.
All right. Well, I don't think we'll agree on this, but I guess I might go down that rabbit hole. Like you think you think he's been lying. I don't think he's been lying, and I strongly believe that he does not think that he's lying. Almost to the point to where I almost don't want to like engage with that type of conversation because I kind of like know where it's gonna go through. But maybe I could be wrong. But like you would have to show me something that like overwhelmingly like you would actually have to show me Trump literally saying that he was lying for me to be like, okay, all right, well, I guess he was, for me to change my mind on that. Like it's just too that's wait, give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. You're saying that you would need like a direct admission from Donald Trump saying like, "Hey, I am knowingly lying about this," for you to be able to claim with some level of certainty that he is lying.
Yeah, because I think Trump is wrong about the 2020, but like I don't think he at the time believed that he was just lying to try and stay in power. I don't believe that at the time. I think now he's trying to like move on from that because he probably now sees new information where he's like, he doesn't like to admit that he's wrong, but I can see that he's trying to get away from it, making it seem like he probably could have been wrong, but doesn't want to admit it. Maybe, but I don't think at the time when he was doing that, he was actually like lying just to stay in power. That's the thing I can't agree with.
So could I read you off I'm fairly well read on 2020. Could I read you off some facts that may be able to sway you?
Yeah, you can. I've listened to Destiny's arguments on this a lot, and it hasn't like it made me seem like his arguments made it more like it's compelling, but it's not to the point to where I would change my mind. Like I can understand why people are afraid of that, but like yeah, you can do it.
Yeah. And also to be clear, I like the reading that I've done isn't just like
I know, but Destiny's also super well read too. I know Destiny's is super well read on it. That's why, but I compare. I think he does a really good job when it comes to research and stuff, but I'll never admit that to him. Oh man, and he's entertaining, but I feel like he does it in bad faith. But
sometimes, for sure.
Sometimes, especially with Trump. But yeah, continue.
Okay, so this is the first one that I'd bring up. So, do you know who Sidney Powell is?
Heard of him? What is he? What is? Yeah.
So Sidney Powell was one of the lawyers that was charged with the 2020 overturning campaign from Donald Trump with like Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman. Sidney Powell was also one of the people. She was leading the charge mostly on the Dominion voting machines. So one of the pieces that I would point to for Donald Trump knowingly lying about some of the election fraud claims that he brought up is that Sidney Powell went on, I think it was Tucker Carlson, and during a White House meeting, Trump acknowledged to multiple aides that Carlson had eviscerated or destroyed Powell on his program. He called her crazy in relation to her appearance on Carlson, and he described her allegations as akin to Star Trek. And despite all of this, saying that all of these claims were insane about the Dominion voting machines that she was making on Tucker Carlson, he went on January 6th at the Ellipse to make multiple claims about how Dominion was flipping votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. So that's like a direct example of him one, calling a claim that one of his close lawyers was making insane, and then going on to repeat those claims anyway.
Wait, what it? Oh, so wait, so when was this? He said that like in the like before January 6th that Sidney Powell's
Yes.
claims to Dominion was actually like crazy, but then
So
adopts
Sidney
it
Powell went
later.
Yeah, so Sidney Powell went on Tucker Carlson. I can find the exact date on that. But Sidney Powell went on Tucker Carlson to make a bunch of claims about Dominion flipping votes and being controlled by like Hugo Chavez or whatever. And in private with the White House aides, Donald Trump called these claims insane, and he said that Carlson had eviscerated or destroyed Powell on his program. And then on January 6th, he still went on to make claims about Dominion voting machines flipping votes for Donald Trump or for Joe Biden.
Oh, that doesn't. So is there? So this is like, I'm not trying to like reduce it, but like, this was like a hearsay from the aides telling that, or was this like a quote,
So
like a clip of him like saying this? Because like it sounds like it doesn't really it doesn't contradict if he said that stuff was insane what he was hearing. Because like you could interpret that him saying that it's insane as like, oh, it's a negative thing, it's kind of bad, it's disbelievable, it's insane, or it's insane to believe this, and he didn't really want to believe it, but then ends up like kind of believing it afterwards because like I guess he might have seen more information because like that was probably the first time he might have heard of it.
So just to get the dates clear, so Sidney Powell had gone on, I think, early November, when she was making these claims. I don't think that he meant crazy as in this is like a crazy thing that Dominion is doing, because he compared her claims to Star Trek and then had said that Tucker Carlson had eviscerated her. So that would clearly mean that she came off crazy.
Wait, did Tucker Carlson eviscerate her? Like she could have.
I think so, but I mean, you know.
Let me see that. I want to see that actually.
Sidney Powell on Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second. But also to your question about being hearsay,
like this was
so it was White House aides testifying to the Jack Smith probe. So
okay.
Whether or not you want to take like White House aides like testifying under perjury to what Donald Trump had said to them,
I give them validity. It's just that depending on how, like if I were to hear how he said it, I would have a much higher stance. But like it is left up to interpretation based on how the aides felt when they heard that specific conversation.
Sure, but to be clear, this isn't the only thing that I have. This is just one of the Jenga blocks, you know.
Yeah. I want to see that clip though.
Yeah,
because I'm gonna throw it up and then I'm gonna see what he meant by eviscerate. Because I know.
To be clear, we don't have a clip of Donald Trump saying that he eviscerated.
No, I know, but
clip of Carlson, yeah.
Yeah.
November, and also, I didn't see the actual clip. This is a part of the federal indictment from Jack Smith, so that's where I'm getting this information. I didn't find it particularly relevant to see the particular clip to know what Donald Trump said about it.
I would find it important because he could be talking about something like different in the specific situation, or maybe Tucker Carlson made like a funny joke and destroyed her that way, or maybe he made fun of like the way that she looked. Like it depends. Like I would like to see that because like he could say that and it wouldn't contradict the fact that he still believed it at the end for like January 6th.
I'm pretty sure that it got taken down on a lot of things just because
Oh, really?
Well, you know, election fraud claims are a little touchy for TOS. I mean, you can find like articles about it and whatever, but you can't like the actual clip. I mean, here's a Facebook.
Not even on Reddit.
Maybe on
like
Reddit,
I think a lot of people from I think I know. I don't really use it that often, but I see Destiny always using it, and there's always like a clip of something happening there, especially when it comes to like.
So here was the video. Here was the video of Carlson, basically like I just posted it, and oh well, I shouldn't post it in welcome. My bad. I thought that was general. I'll post it in general though, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Or do you want me to just DM it to you?
You can post it in general.
Okay. So here's the post of Tucker Carlson, like calling her out after her appearance for not sending him any of the evidence that she was claiming. One second. Crazy.
Stolen by a collection of.
Okay. All right. The perks of having multiple monitors. Let's go. Wait.
11:20.
Oh, you won't be able to hear this. I'm gonna have to figure out how to set that up
No,
on.
you're good. I don't need to hear it. You're good.
Okay.
Because I'm familiar with the clip, so I know generally what it says.
Stolen by a collection of international.
I can, but.
All right. Give me like a couple minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Conservative media with the following story. This election was stolen by a collection of international leftists who manipulated vote tabulating software in order to flip millions of votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. The other day on television, Powell said of Trump that when the fraud is finally uncovered, quote, I think we'll find he had at least 80 million votes. In other words, rigged software stole about 7 million votes in this election. Here's some of what Powell said today about the software.
One of its most characteristic features is its ability to flip votes. It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden, which we might never have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm that had been plugged into the system. And that's what caused them to have to shut down in the states they shut down in.
That was a few hours ago, but Sidney Powell has been saying similar things for days. On Sunday night, we texted her after watching one of her segments. What Powell was describing would amount to the single greatest crime in American history. Millions of votes stolen in a day. Democracy destroyed. The end of our centuries-old system of self-government. Not a small thing. Now, to be perfectly clear, we did not dismiss any of it. We don't dismiss anything anymore, particularly when it's related to technology. We've talked to too many Silicon Valley whistleblowers. We've seen too much. After 4 years, this may be the single most open-minded show on television. We literally do UFO segments, not because we're crazy or had even been interested in the subject, but because there is evidence.
I wish I could play this at like 2 times speed. There's a lot of fluff, but
Yeah, well, that's mainstream media for you.
yeah.
There's evidence that a lot of things that responsible people used to dismiss out of hand as ridiculous are in fact real. And we don't care who mocks it. The louder the Yale Political Science Department and the staff of the Atlantic magazine scream, conspiracy theory, the more interested we tend to be. That's usually a sign you're over the target. A lot of people with impressive sounding credentials in this country are frauds. They have no idea what they're doing. They're children posing as authorities, and when they're caught, they lie and then they blame you for it. We see that every day. It's the central theme of this show and will continue to be. So that's a long way of saying we took Sidney Powell seriously. We had no intention of fighting with her. We've always respected her work. We simply wanted to see the details. How could you not want to see them? So we invited Sidney Powell on the show. We would have given her the whole hour. We would have given her the entire week, actually, and listened quietly the whole time at rapt attention. That's a big story. But she never sent us any evidence, despite a lot of requests, polite requests, not a page. When we kept pressing, she got angry and told us to stop contacting her. When we checked with others around the Trump campaign, people in positions of authority, they told us Powell has never given them any evidence either, nor did she provide any today at the press conference. Powell did say that electronic voting is dangerous, and she's right. We're with her there. But she never demonstrated that a single actual vote was moved illegitimately by software from one candidate to another. Not one. So why are we telling you this? We're telling you this because it's true. And in the end, that's all that matters, the truth. It's our only hope. It's our best defense. And it's how we're different from them. We care what's true, and we know you care too. That's why we told you. Maybe Sidney Powell will come forward soon with details on exactly how this happened and precisely who did it. Maybe she will. We are certainly hopeful that she will. What happened with the vote counting this month, and at the polling places in Detroit, and the polling places in Philadelphia, and so much else, actually matters. It matters no matter who you voted for. It matters whether or not you think this election is already over. Until we know the answers.
All right, now I want to know what did Trump say specifically about the Dominion stuff? Because like he said that Tucker eviscerated her, and I can see why. But yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Because you're basically saying that he kind of just he completely just shifted his mind or changed his mind on that entire topic from saying that because like she wasn't bringing any evidence. So like, I guess I understand why Trump would say like, yeah, Tucker eviscerated her. And then she ended up like not wanting to, she got mad and didn't want to like give like respond to any of the questions of giving evidence. So
let's do Trump ellipse speech 1-6. Is it okay if I just read you the transcript, or do you want to watch the video?
I want to watch the video.
Okay, because I can find it'll take me a second to find timestamps because I want to.
I'll start watching it and you can look for the timestamps and then I'll.
Okay, because the ellipse speech is like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, but real quick, here's the quote, and then I can find you a timestamp.
All right.
So he says, in addition, there is highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country.
Okay. That's interesting. So he starts out, he's
2 months later.
Okay, 2 months later.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like he's completely changed his mind on it. He doesn't even like claim that that's for a fact. He says there's things about Dominion and then goes to a completely different situation, but having those two things juxtaposed, like sandwiched together, you can kind of interpret that he meant that's what he's talking about specifically.
I feel like we're being a little obtuse here. When we say that, when Donald Trump says there's a troubling matter with Dominion because 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, he's obviously claiming that Dominion was the one doing that, right?
Well, you read the quote though. Let me see. That's why I want to see the video.
Okay.
And what do you mean by obtuse? What does that mean? I hear it a lot.
It means that
hyper specific or something.
We're not accepting a very easy to jump to conclusion. Like saying
okay. All right.
I have the knife in my hand and there's blood on it and there's a guy below me who's dead, but I didn't kill him. You know, that's kind of what we're.
I mean, but you don't want to jump to conclusions though. But I understand what you mean by that. Okay, so that's what obtuse means. All right.
That we can feel comfortable jumping to, I think, but
yeah, but that's I don't want to say that's subjective. Because it depends. Like not every it I understand what obtuse means now for the first time actually. But I almost don't like it because that's scenario based and depending on how people feel about a situation, and that's not the same across the board.
Sure. Trying to find a clip of the particular part of the speech. If not, I guess we could just watch the whole thing. But
is it on YouTube? Because I can also do transcript stuff and find it super quickly that way.
Yeah, so the speech is on YouTube, but it was a live stream, and they don't provide transcripts for live streams like
Really?
that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a step ahead of you. There was nothing there. It sucks.
It's literally what I use for Destiny. Whenever he puts out a YouTube video, I'm like, all right, let me go find the video VOD of this thing. And then I go to transcript and then I figure out the timing and everything. Oh, so you're scrolling through the entire thing. Let me do that with you. Just give me the
Yeah. I mean, I have the problem is that I have like the direct transcript of everything he said at the speech, like here, but it doesn't come with transcripts corresponding to or it doesn't come with timestamps corresponding to the speech. That's the problem.
Oh. So you're kind of just guesstimating on where it.
Yeah, that's the best thing I got to do.
Okay.
Because I have some timestamps saved, but it's not like, you know.
Yeah.
Not for that. But the YouTube link is in this article, so I'll just send that over to you. Luckily, this is a YouTube link, so we can watch it like 2 times.
Yeah.
So do you want to just watch the speech? We can do that for sure.
You can continue looking at that, but I will have it in the background from like my stream.
Okay.
And I will purposely be looking for that part.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Boom.
Please welcome the 45th.
All right, so he talks about Dominion. Yeah, that's crazy. It doesn't have the transcript. You have to go through basically an hour and a half. All right, that's fine.
Yep. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Our country has had integrity of our. I just want to see how they cover it. I've never seen anything like it, but it would be really great if we could be covered fairly by the media. The media is the biggest problem we have, as far as I'm concerned. Single biggest problem. The fake news and the big tech. Big tech is now coming into their own. We beat them 4 years ago. We surprised them. We took them by surprise. And this year, they rigged an election. They rigged it like they've never rigged an election before. And by the way, last night they didn't do a bad job either, if you notice. I'm honest, and I just, again, I want to thank you. It's just a great honor to have this kind of crowd and to be before you. And hundreds of thousands of American patriots are committed to the honesty of our elections and the integrity of our glorious republic. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what.
Damn, he talks so slow. I can put it at 2 times speed and still understand it. That's funny.
That we were going to do well and we were going to win. What I was told, if I went from 63 million, which we had 4 years ago, to 66 million, there was no chance of losing. Well, we didn't go to 66. We went to 75 million, and they say we lost. We didn't lose. And by the way, does anybody believe that Joe had 80 million votes? Does anybody believe that?
Oh, yeah, I'm. All right. Just give me the number.
138.
138. All right.
57. In the video contained in the transcript. 138, 57. Right, we good?
Wait. Duplicate because
Please welcome the 40.
I want to stay at this specific part. 138. 138.57.
Yep.
Interesting. President Obama beat Biden in every state other than the swing states where Biden killed him, but the swing states were the ones that mattered. They're always just enough to push Joe Biden barely into the lead. We were ahead by a lot, and within a number of hours, we were losing by a little. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country. Senator William Ligon, a great gentleman.
Okay, so this was 2 months after that. Do you think he could have found like some sort of evidence to like back that up, or some sort of like?
No.
Really?
No.
Like that would
there is no evidence.
Well, he specifically said
They're always just enough to push Joe Biden barely into the lead. We were ahead by a lot, and within a number of hours, we were losing by a little. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting
Especially
systems.
when like
he said the highly
claims up to.
He said specifically the highly troubling matter of the Dominion stuff. So like it's not I don't think he's necessarily claiming that he actually believes it, but he's heard of it and he's going to bring it up right now and then kind of just he doesn't really like does he harp on it though? Cuz he did say at the end of it he said there's issues with these Dominion stuff. But I don't think that's necessarily him being like he knows that this is what's going on and like throwing into everything.
But he did call it crazy 2 months ago, and he
did call it crazy, but he's not like
crazy 2 months ago though.
Yes, he did, but he's not like super like I feel like he's only saying this just to like back up every other thing that he's been talking about because he's not harping on it as if he actually believes that. I think he's just saying it just in the moment. Because like, does he bring this up any other time after this? It's kind of like
I feel
like
right
the
now,
icing. It's like the cherry on the top of everything that he's been saying right now. I don't think he put too much thought into this.
I feel like right now we're at a point where I can bring you up a specific claim of him calling a specific thing crazy, and then him going on to say that specific thing that he previously called crazy. And now, even though we have a verbatim quote of him,
yeah, but this is 2 months later.
Crazy, we're just claiming that he doesn't believe it.
I don't think he necessarily does. Like he called it crazy, which doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't believe it. It means that he thinks it's kind of like outrageous, like it's hard to believe. Not necessarily that he doesn't believe it.
His own lawyer got destroyed.
Yeah, and she did.
For bringing those claims up.
Yeah, bringing those claims up and not showing any evidence. I think
right. So if she didn't show Tucker Carlson or anyone within the campaign any evidence, why would we assume that Donald Trump got evidence?
Well, I think he would have. I think when he said crazy and that it's insane for her not to bring any evidence, I think he could have she should have brought up evidence, and that's the reason why this is insane. Like, is that a fair alternate interpretation of what he could have meant by when he said that that's insane?
I don't think so, because it's not like Sidney Powell is just some person that's outside. Like, Sidney Powell is one of the people that he particularly hired to challenge the election.
And she did a terrible job at it.
Right. But
and that's why he called her. Yeah, he
repeating her claims.
He repeated it because, like, that's what he truly believes in the ultimate narrative. And anything that plays any kind of part into the ultimate narrative, he's going to use it. But like, he's not harping on it. If he was very,
I think there's a term for that, for saying things with absolutely no evidence just to further a narrative. I think there's a term for that, and I think it's a lie.
Yeah, but well, it would be. I don't think that's lying. I think he thought of that in the specific moment and said it. Like, if he was going to harp on it, then I would say that he's lying because he. Like, didn't he just trash this person and now he's like harping, like giving like a good solid 10 minutes for this entire Dominion thing? I don't think that's what he did here.
That person in private.
Yeah, in private. So, but I'm just assuming that that's actually true.
Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna say that he's, yeah. I can see sort of like I just have I have a positive bias on Trump. I don't think this thing by itself wouldn't make me feel like he's lying. But it definitely it slides the scale, but very small, very tiny bit. Because like
I think it speaks to Do you think it speaks to Donald Trump's knowingly lying if, like, all of the lawyers that pursued the claims that he was pushing admitted to lying?
Did all the lawyers admit to lying?
Well, we had Kenneth Chesborough and Jenna
I know-
Ellis both plead guilty to the Georgia indictment, and we had Rudy Giuliani doing the First Amendment right to lie. So we have at least the person heading it, the person that he called crazy, and 2 people that pled guilty to an election interference case, all saying that they were lying about election fraud claims, but Donald Trump was still repeating their claims anyway.
Well, wait. This was at the time, though. So at the time, like, didn't they? This happened after after this speech, right? Like, they all pleaded guilty after this speech. So I don't think he was lying. So that information isn't in his head right then and there, during this speech.
For
So, like,
example,
I
the
think
Rudy
he could
Giuliani
change his. I think he could change his mind now, knowing that it's like wrong, which is why I see like I see that he's kind of like moving away from that and trying to like put that behind him. But after seeing them like basically just getting indicted and guilty for lying, I guess, for that type of stuff. But that doesn't say that he was like lying at the time when this was specifically going on. I think he still truly at the time believed that this was wrong.
So let's take the Rudy Giuliani case with the black box claim with Ruby Freeman, Shea Moss, and the Georgia pulling ballots from out under the table.
Is this before the?
Yes.
Oh,
This
okay.
is before the speech.
Okay.
So Rudy Giuliani claims that 2 Georgian poll workers are pulling ballots out from under the table and claims that they're fraudulent ballots and says that this is clear fraud, evidence of fraud. The 2 poll workers in that video sue Rudy Giuliani for defamation. And Rudy Giuliani's defense in court was not that he, stands by the claims. It was that, yes, I lied. For the sake of this lawsuit, I lied. However, I deny any of the damages that you guys faced from it. And this was, again, the person who was leading Donald Trump's election contests.
Are you paraphrasing that,
So
or is
if
that
we
what
have-
he? Is that what he like?
I'm paraphrasing just because I'm paraphrasing because it's legalese, but I mean we can find the specific doc.
That would be important, but I don't know if I want to. I'll just take your word for it, I guess.
Okay. So we have Giuliani saying, for the purposes of this lawsuit, I don't contest any of the claims that Ruby Freeman made. However, I deny any of the damages. Ruby Freeman was claiming that Rudy Giuliani lied about them. So we have Rudy Giuliani, the person leading Donald Trump's election.
And he
contests,
pleaded that
admitting to
before
lying.
like. And he pleaded that before
he
like this whole January 6th thing in the speech.
He pleaded that after, but he made the claims before.
Wait, so he made the claims
He made the
before.
claims about Ruby Freeman before and pled guilty to lying about them in a defamation case after.
Well, that's important though. If he pled guilty before the whole speech, but Trump was still saying that and like doing that, then I would see that would be more of that would show me more that Trump is lying about that, because he should know that information, but all the information Trump knows is the defamation part. And
I think we have.
Trump.
I think we've
Okay.
hit. I think I know the disagreement that we're hitting.
Okay.
So, as the president, I would expect that whenever you're making huge claims about the election being stolen from you and about how you need to fight to save your country, whenever you're making claims like that, you should probably have any shred of evidence. But
I think Trump had
leading. Well, he didn't.
I think he had shreds of evidence. I think he had a lot of, I guess, what do you want to call it? I guess pseudo evidence, like a lot of things that he saw, that he heard from other people, hearsay from like the thing that the guy that pled guilty on, like he heard all that stuff before the guilty plea, and he believed that, like, because they're lawyers and Trump is not the smartest person.
He also had his attorney general telling him that the Giuliani shit was bullshit as well.
Yeah, I know that he fired a lot of people that basically said that basically was saying what
That
he didn't want to hear,
the
and
election
then
wasn't fraud. Yeah.
and then he found a few people that ended up telling him what he wanted to hear, and he latched on to that.
Does that?
But I
feel like
I don't.
That sounds like a dishonest thing to do, right?
It seems dishonest, but like I don't think he's smart enough to be like, I'm just gonna find, like, I don't think this is something that he planned out purposely to like overthrow an election. Because like there's easier and much more simple ways to kind of like do that if he really wanted to like stay in power.
To be clear, the things about him lying about election fraud claims wasn't the way that he was getting the election overturned. It was just justifying the way he was trying to get the election overturned. What he was trying to do to get the election overturned was the false elector stuff. We could talk about that as well.
Yeah, the Eastman memo. Yeah,
yeah.
I understand why that's scary, but
yeah. Okay,
I feel
so
like
let's
he
move
could have
on.
done.
Let's move on.
Yeah,
Let's-
yeah.
So we can agree that he did repeat a claim that he acknowledged was crazy. 2 months
Yes.
later, we could
Yeah.
say that maybe he got some evidence, but we haven't seen any of that evidence. And then he was also parroting claims that his attorney general had called insane, and that the person making the claims admitted to lying about, but he was repeating those claims anyway as well.
Well, he didn't know about that before the speech. Like that wasn't pleaded guilty.
Sure.
Remember? So
Yeah.
the only thing he had was the things that was possibly defamation at the time.
Well, he didn't just have that. He also had testimony from multiple people telling him that it was bullshit.
Yeah, and he also had a lot of people
person
saying that he was actually like correct.
Yeah, but he also fired everybody who said that he wasn't. So obviously he had a lot of people saying that he was correct because that's the only people that were so.
Yeah, I understand that, but like he also had a good amount of people saying that what he was actually thinking was actually legit. Like if he was the only person and no one else was saying that, then I would be like, okay, this guy's crazy. But he found people and enough people to make him really think that this is actually like legit, that like we need to do something about it. And then he ultimately left at like in January 20th.
After trying to do the insurrection. But okay. So let's do this one. So Jeffrey Rosen, do you know who that was? The acting attorney general? Okay. Jeffrey Rosen was the acting attorney general. Richard Donahue was the acting deputy attorney general in 2020. So he goes to Rosen and Donahue and asks them about a bunch of election fraud claims, and they don't back up any of them. And then he goes to Jeffrey Rosen and he says, "Hey, I have this letter that is claiming massive improprieties in Georgia's election. And I need you to send this letter to the Georgia state legislature so they recall their electors." And Rosen says, "I can't do that because the DOJ has not found any evidence of election fraud, and neither has Georgia's state investigators. We haven't found any evidence like the fraud that you're claiming in this letter." He says, "Okay." Then he asks Donahue to send the letter, and Donahue tells him the same thing. And then he asks them a couple more times, and they both say no.
When you say Trump is asking them to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the claims that Donahue makes in testifies to is that Trump said, and I quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." He says that to Richard Donahue after saying that they haven't found evidence of fraud in Georgia.
Trump said that?
Yes. According to Donahue. According to Donahue. So then, after Rosen or Donahue refused to send this letter to this Georgia state legislature, he provides this letter to someone named Jeffrey Clark, who is a lower-level DOJ lawyer for an environmental precinct that he's not even supposed to have contact with according to DOJ policy. He goes to Jeffrey Clark and he's like, "Hey, if I make you the attorney general, will you send this letter for me?" And Jeffrey Clark says yes. So then he tries to fire Jeffrey Rosen and replace him with Jeffrey Clark under the pretense that Clark will send him the letter that Rosen and Donahue had told him was inaccurate. The reason that this doesn't happen is because half of the DOJ threatens to quit if Jeffrey Clark becomes the acting attorney general because he is wildly incompetent. So not only is this a point of huge corruption, but it is also acting knowingly dishonestly because the attorney general and the deputy attorney general had told you that there's no evidence in Georgia, and he still tried to go through corrupt means to send that letter to the Georgia state legislatures anyway.
Yeah, it's not something he should be doing. No.
But it speaks to dishonesty.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's enough to say that he didn't believe that the election was stolen and was just lying just to take power.
So we literally have him saying, we have the attorney general
'Cause
telling
there
him,
is-
we don't have evidence of fraud, and then him saying, yeah, but I want you to send this letter saying that there was fraud anyway. Well, like, how do you
Yeah,
get-
that's
how do you get more
damning.
clear
That-
evidence of lying.
That's damning, but like it's also I don't like using this because like it's not really like I would have to hear that clip. I wouldn't hear because like that is very damning if that's like true, and I don't know if that's 100% true because that was someone saying that's what Trump said. If I got a clip of him saying that, then I would be like, okay, he probably think that he was actually like he's just
clear,
he's just
though,
playing with this.
We do have the letter that he was trying to get Rosen to send, and we do have Rosen and Donahue testifying under threat of perjury that
Yeah,
all
but
of this has happened. We
the-
have the note that Donahue took saying, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Well, that's wait. Say
we
that
have
again.
A lot of evidence.
Say that
We
last
have
thing
the
again.
we have the note that Donahue took during the call with Trump that says, quote, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
I want to hear
We don't
that.
have a clip of him- We don't have a clip of
There's-
him saying that, but we have the note that Rosen took during the call. This is a direct quote from Donald Trump.
I mean, we
And
can get.
if it isn't,
We
you
got the
can
call
prove
for
and-
other stuff though. Like we had calls about Trump with the Georgia case, but we don't have a call for this. We just have a
because Trump
quote.
was because Trump was calling making an official call to a governor with the Raffensperger call, and this was a private call to his deputy attorney general.
Okay,
like, some
maybe it's
calls are
less
recorded and
important.
some aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
And
have to
also,
hear
to be
that because
clear,
that
he
would
was also-
change my mind. I would have to hear that.
in these calls as well. I can provide you as a part of the J6 committee, these Jeffrey Rosen and Richard Donahue both testified to all of this. It's about a half hour long.
Another issue with like the January 6th committee, I think they're heavily biased against Trump, and that's another reason on why I'm kind of not really. I really want to hear the clip on that specific thing because I don't necessarily trust the testimony, especially for evidence that would actually change my mind on that. So that would, if there was a specific clip for that, that would make me lean more. That would make me play with the idea of actually Trump was probably lying about the entire thing. That would make me play with the idea.
Before we let's be clear what we're talking about. So when we say that the J6 committee, their authors were biased against Trump, I would probably agree with that. But the problem is that you understand. We have to be claiming that the J6 committee is doing witness tampering and causing the former attorney general
but
and
that
deputy attorney general
that wouldn't
under Donald
require
Trump to lie.
That wouldn't require witness tampering. Like having a bias against Trump just means that you like the people that are like doing the thing, they would have a bias against it, so they would be more likely to frame a specific thing that Trump would say in a little slightly or more progressively negative light than what you would normally do. Like if it wasn't if you weren't super biased against him.
Are we saying that Rosen and Donahue, the AG and deputy AG that he picked, are biased against him?
I mean, at the time of the testimony, maybe not the time when they picked him.
Maybe they're biased against Donald Trump because he asked them to do like wildly corrupt things.
Well, that probably is like if they that probably is true, but that doesn't change. That doesn't make him any less like bias. Like they felt a certain specific way. I don't blame them for like being biased against him, but nonetheless, that doesn't make it. That's not going to make me want to take the framing that they're going to frame like a quote that Trump said like any easier or easier to like believe.
When we have a case about election interference, you're never going to find someone saying, yeah, like he did try to interfere with the election.
Yeah, but that's super damning evidence. Like that evidence, I would need a clear quote. I wouldn't trust, because like if I were to trust that, then yes, that would change my mind and I'll play with the idea. But since that's such a change in my thought on how I feel about Trump, I would need a much more clear like insight to really change that for me.
Okay. So what I would say is that like testimony under perjury of 2 former cabinet members that he picked, as well as the letter that he was asking them to send, I think is probably
that's probably, yes,
at least
but like
something to consider.
It is something. It is to consider. Yeah, but like you don't need to. If you frame something more negatively, but also still tell the general truth, that isn't necessarily like what they're saying is a lie. Like they could be telling the truth, but framing it in a much more negative way. Like I would have to hear like what Trump said in that specific situation.
The question that I'd ask then is that if it's just a matter of they're telling the truth, but it's just the framing, then what framing could possibly make that look better? Like, can you like think of a situation in which Donald Trump asking them to send a letter that they had told him was false?
Did you hear the quote when Trump said that he was gonna like be a dictator on like day one, and everyone thought that was gospel, but he was just joking? Like, if you just listen to the quote, it sounds kind of terrible with no tone or anything. Like, why would he say that? That's kind of bad. But when you listen to how he said it, like, you can obviously see that he was kind of joking. So I don't think he was. I don't think. I don't like you.
Emails to these people like as a joke. And like,
I mean,
to fire Rosen as a joke, and then
I don't think all of them. I don't think all of them was a joke. I think that one specific damning quote that you mentioned, it could they could have interpreted it as like super serious, but maybe he meant that in like kind of like a joking way. Like that's possible. I don't. He really shouldn't be doing that. But at the same time,
well, he's talking about. To be clear, he's talking about firing his attorney general. Like, why would he be phrasing that in a joking way? And why would he he held a White House meeting to discuss firing Rosen and replacing him with Clark? Like, just as like, was that?
But the specific the specific quote on like just let the what was the quote that you said? Just say the corruption thing. What, like, say that? Repeat the quote again.
Yeah, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Yeah, that sounds like something he, maybe not joking, but like that's just like a dumbed down way of saying like, yeah, just don't worry about it, whatever. Like this is that's more of a passing comment than something where he's saying like he's like you can see that he probably isn't saying that as like a super serious type of thing. That's like a passing comment, and Trump has a lot of like his vocabulary isn't like the best when it comes to certain specific things. So like I don't doubt I do doubt him saying it kind of like in that, but at the same time it sounds like something that he would kind of say. There's not a lot of vocabulary with that type of speech, but it doesn't seem like this is something he would harp on or say something super seriously like.
So
like this is
the problem.
Like this is an evil thing that he's trying to do.
It feels like
I give him the benefit of doubt. I give him the benefit of a doubt.
Damning quotes. You don't only give him the benefit of the doubt. You make it so like it's impossible to prove any wrongdoing towards him ever. I think like we have direct quotes of him calling a claim crazy and then going on to repeat it.
Yeah,
I'm always like if we can't find a wiggle room to get out of it, it's always that he was just joking or that he didn't actually mean it or that was just like an offhand comment. But
But
Why
he
is
has
it
a
that
lot
all
of
the
those,
claims
though.
that he makes about the election being, why is it that every time he makes a claim about the election being stolen, it's an offhand comment or a joke, but he still tried to get it overturned
No,
anyway?
I don't think. I think his comments. I think he was being super serious about it, like him thinking that the election was stolen. I think he truly believed that. I don't think those were jokes.
All right. Can we name a claim that we think that he was being serious about?
Repeat that.
Can we think of a specific claim that he made as to the election being stolen that he was being serious about then?
I mean,
Because it's not the Dominion stuff. It's not the Georgia black box video. It's not, the fraud in Georgia, because all of that is apparently offhand comments or jokes. So like, what is like one piece of evidence that he actually concretely had to tell him that the election was stolen?
I'm only saying specifically. Well, okay. I mean, you can. I don't like when people say that when I use one thing and I associate to everything else that Trump did. I think that one specific thing could have just been an offhand thing. I don't think the entire Georgia case is like some joke or something.
Well, it's not. It's not just that one thing, because you said the same exact thing when I brought up the Sidney Powell thing and the Dominion claim. You said, "Oh, well, that's probably that he didn't harp on it. That was just like one offhand claim in the speech." Like, those were like two huge parts. Like,
but the thing is, though,
in Fulton County,
he doesn't
and
just
the Dominion voting machine claims are a huge part of his election fraud claims.
But would you admit that Trump, like, talking about any other thing but the election stuff, doesn't he normally do that with everything else that he talks about? Even like when he talks about like other random like things that happened to his past with his family, like he doesn't have that type of like he doesn't
He's a liar.
Yeah, but this isn't soup. This is something he does with everything, not just the election stuff. That's why I kind of grade him this way.
If we want to walk it down and say that he's a knowing liar about everything that he says, I'd probably agree with you. But the problem is that he knowingly lied about this and then tried to get the election overturned based off of this.
No, I wouldn't agree to that. I don't think he lies, but I think he over-exaggerates the truth a lot. And he believes he's not an intellectual. I don't think he's not an intellectual at all. So he kind of just has that normal human mind thought process of like not really digging too deep into specifics, but like will still shout his opinion regardless and be arrogant.
Do you think we should probably have a higher...
Yeah, we should have a higher standard.
President to not just like lie?
And you keep using lie, and it's starting to trigger me. But yes, we should. We should.
Him over exaggerating the truth about claims he has no evidence for. Like, that is lying.
Well, he did have evidence. Whether that evidence was, he had like kernels of truth. I would consider that evidence.
Not even. Because every kernel of truth was explained to him by the Attorney General and the DHS.
Well, do we know that as a fact?
Every single time he went to somebody who was in...
Yeah, but why was he able to find people to...
his cabinet, they explained exactly why.
Why was he able to find people to...
say anything to Donald Trump?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But like something as big as that, though?
I'll give you an official cabinet position if you lie. It's Rudy Giuliani. Like, let's not act like he's like the bastion of truth. He literally admitted to lying. So like, obviously he's willing to lie. He admitted it.
Yeah. I mean, but that's hindsight. Like for him to, I like the fact that he's not harping on this anymore. Like he's moving on, and that shows that he probably was, I don't think he was lying, but I think he believed something that was wrong. That's my position.
He still hasn't said that he lost 2020, though, right? He still hasn't said that he lost 2020, and he's talking about pardoning all of the people at January 6th, right?
Yeah, but now he has to say that. So he has to say that. Well, he's moved on in the specific situation of like he's trying not to talk about it anymore. Like he's not gonna concede, but like like move on. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Because I think now he actually thinks that he was wrong, and he doesn't want to admit that. So he's just gonna move on from it. That doesn't mean he was lying in the moment at the time when he was giving that speech. I just think he was wrong about all that.
So
Like the characterization of making him seem like he's this evil guy that wants to do, like, he's trying to just stay in power. I can't believe that. That seems too much for me. I think he was wrong, but I think he believed what he actually believed. Regardless, yeah.
Why do we feel comfortable supporting somebody who, at the most charitably, had no evidence or no reliable evidence of widespread election fraud? Why do we still support the person who used those kernels of truth to get the whole election thrown out? Doesn't that feel like a little...
that feels kind of scary? But the other, I didn't really like the I didn't really care for Biden, and that wasn't too much of a big deal in my book. Like Biden, like him, like Trump doing this legal scheme isn't like we had him in 2016. If he came in power again, like that wouldn't be an issue with me. Because like ultimately, if the thing were to work with Trump, the thing is though, if Trump's scheme, the Eastman scheme, were to work and he became in power, that wouldn't be as bad as Biden coming in and lowering increasing my gas prices. I was super. So yes, I'm comparing the whole illegal thing to Biden's thing about like increasing gas prices. Yeah.
This is why so many people on the left have absolutely no charitability to people on the right, because you just claimed that you would be willing to vote somebody to support somebody who disregarded the popular will of the people, who completely wanted to throw out all of their votes because you don't like Joe Biden. This is actual authoritarianism. You realize that, right? Like, this is like, you are anti-liberal. Like, you don't care about democracy at all. Because you're supporting Donald Trump throwing votes away.
On the fact that he he really believed what that it was stolen, and for him to like, I would kind of just like, in hindsight I can say this, but like at the time he probably was right. Like, we didn't get the information of like them lying after, or getting pleaded guilty for lying. Like, we don't have all that extra information from like after this specific moment. But like when it happened at the time,
you said that you would be fine. You said that you would be fine with Donald Trump throwing out wild legal theories that would effectively throw out millions of votes, disenfranchise 7 different states, to make himself the president again, despite the will of the popular people. You're fine with that because you don't like Joe Biden.
No, not in 2020.
This is how dictators rise. This is how dictators rise.
Because like
this is like.
I mean, you believe that you believe that what Trump was bringing up was all BS, and at the time, not every person in 2020. Yes, when we could see. Yes, after the fact, I wouldn't agree with that. But before we even get all that information, before we even know that what Trump was saying was even like false or anything like that, like that at the time I would be that wasn't that much of an importance at the time.
The DHS came out and said it was the most secure election in American history before January 6th.
Like how far? Like after November 6th?
Give me 1 second. November 12th, the Department of Homeland Security comes out to say that the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure election in American history.
Yeah, they would have to say that at the time, and Trump was still felt like it was rigged and stuff like that.
Trump was heading the government.
Yeah,
that was his government saying it.
That was him. He really shouldn't be like throttling and thrashing, but he ultimately left after the fact. So like,
After the coup, after the attempted coup, right?
I mean,
did try
he
to throw out the election results before he left, right?
he also did want to like have a lot of like police, or what do you call it? Capitol Police at the time, but
Care
then
about the National
someone
Guard, I don't care about the Capitol. What we're talking
well,
about is
if you want to coup, if you want to coup a government, then you would want you wouldn't want to ask for that.
He tried to throw out the election results.
Okay, so that piece of information doesn't matter. Really?
Yes.
Like it's information.
The election results.
He found a legal theory that he thought was legitimately like true. He thought he was being defrauded, and it didn't work.
The lawyer that wrote it agreed that it was illegal.
After the
lawyer
fact,
that wrote it in the Eastman memo, it says that it would diverge from the procedures laid out in the Electoral Count Act, which is breaking the Electoral Count Act.
it was a weird legal theory.
He also testified. Greg Jacob testified that Eastman told him that if it was brought to the Supreme Court, it would lose unanimously.
Well, it probably should have brought to the Supreme Court then. Did it do that, or it never went there, right?
No, it never went there.
Okay. Yeah,
there's never going to be, this is the problem with the entirety of the US right now, is that there's never going to be anything that I could ever provide you, even if I provided you a clip in 4K HD of Donald Trump saying I lied about the election. You'd say like,
oh no, if
he only said it once.
If I were to see, I literally said if I were to see that would change me.
I think you're lying about that though, because there's no amount of evidence that I could ever provide to you that would show anything. And you literally just said that you're fine with Donald Trump throwing the election results out because you didn't like Joe Biden's gas prices. So like,
I have a more nuanced take. You can reduce my. I do have a.
You said that almost verbatim. So
almost verbatim, not exactly. Like I wanted to go into it, but then you wanted to talk about. You didn't.
If we want to talk about the legality of the Eastman memo, we absolutely can. But I have a feeling that it's going to be the same exact conversation where I'm going to back you into a corner, and then you're going to say, "Oh, well, it was a joke," or "That was based," or "I don't like Joe Biden's gas prices." That's all. It's every conservative conversation is the exact same.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So I think we're probably done.
Did you watch the Ben Shapiro with Destiny video with Lex Friedman?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about that? Like I took Ben Shapiro's response.
Right.
Didn't they talk about the specific
I think yeah, Ben Shapiro said it was bad, but he grades Trump on a curve, which is insane because he's literally the most powerful person in the world. So, why would you ever grade the most powerful person in the world on a curve, and expect everybody else to do that? It's fucking insane.
But the reason why people grade him on a curve because he's different than every other president out there.
Yeah, because he's allowed to openly lie and be corrupt, and no one cares.
Is that not a true statement? Isn't
piss their pants? It's that people piss their pants over Burisma, even though there's nothing tying Joe Biden to Burisma. But then you could have a billion different career-ending scandals for Donald Trump, and you'll be like, "Oh well, what a jokester."
It's unfair, but like, isn't that not true that Trump is completely different than every other president that we've had?
Yes, and
is that
he's hyper corrupt and willing to lie with impunity?
I don't. Yeah, this is kind of like the Israel-Palestine stuff.
Yeah,
same movie, two different stories. Same movie, two different stories.
Anything like Israel-Palestine? I think
in the problem that there's
anything wrong because he is a cult leader and half of the country is fucking hypnotized by an 80-year-old man. And I think if he asked any Republican to hold his dick while he pissed, you guys would fucking pay money to do it. That's the problem.
I wouldn't. I mean, I understand the analogy, but I wouldn't literally do that.
I have my concerns.
Yeah,
okay,
I think this was. I
don't think this is going anywhere.
Yeah,
I think this was wildly unproductive, and I was hoping for a little bit more, but it happens. If you want me to send you any sources, I've got a big doc. I am more than willing to do it.
Yeah, I
in the
mean,
meantime,
I
I would
appreciate the
suggest looking
conversation though.
into I
I
would
appreciate
suggest
the
looking into the Rosen thing, and
okay.
maybe expand your horizons a little bit. But
But
party politics isn't everything. You don't have to suck off your cult leader all the time. You can like I'm a Joe Biden supporter. I don't like everything he did. I don't like the Hunter Biden pardon. I think all the shit with Ukraine was weird. I don't like a lot of the pardons he's done. But
and there's
it's
certain
okay, 'cause
things
I'm not like a hyper ideologically captured person.
yeah, but there's certain things that I don't like about Trump either. Like I don't support any of the stuff that he did for 2020, but that doesn't make it like just because I don't support what he did doesn't make it seem like I don't think he's like this
But
evil person that wants
but you
to
do, but you do
take
support
over
it.
the government.
You do
No,
support it
I don't
because you
support it because
literally
I think
said
he's wrong.
you literally said earlier. You literally said earlier.
No, I just
that
don't
if
have
the
a
Eastman
negative
shit had gone
stance.
through, if the Eastman shit had gone through, at least we wouldn't have to deal with Joe Biden's gas prices. That's what you said. So
Yeah, at
you do
least.
agree with me.
That's
No matter
not
how much you
saying
wanna,
I said at least we don't have like I'm looking at the bright side. That doesn't mean I'm for what he did.
okay, we can rewind the clip. You are absolutely for what he did.
I am neutral on that.
That's still way worse than it should be. You shouldn't be neutral on an attempt on our democracy. It's that simple as that.
Well,
But
I don't see it that way. So
there's no other way to see it. There's a very clear set of facts.
I see it as like someone that really believed that he actually
captured.
I mean, but I could say that you're ideologically captured on the other side, thinking that he's this evil guy that wants to take over the United States and wants to be like this evil dictator or something like that.
But
Like,
the
I think
difference is
that's
that I provide receipts for everything I've claimed, and you, the only thing that you were able to walk off on is that it was an offhanded comment, or he was joking, or that you liked it. So, I mean,
yeah, I
you
grade him
haven't actually
differently.
substantively disagreed with any of the facts that I provided, other than just off of a hunch.
I no,
So,
I don't disagree with the.
tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You could call me ideologically captured, but I've done plenty of research into this.
I'm only calling you ideologically captured because you're calling me ideologically captured. Like, I'm not gonna go throw like I'm not gonna name call. Like, I'm only saying that because you're saying that to me. I'm like, I could make the same argument against you, but I don't disagree. I don't disagree with all the facts you've said. I just have a different interpretation of the facts that you've presented.
Okay.
A more charitable, more charitable interpretation on a heavily biased for Trump, but
Heavily biased for Trump. I think you
Yeah.
have such an open mind that your brain is falling out the other side.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you have a good stream. I hope
All
you
right.
have a good, you know.
This is cool.
I hope-
First time I ever did anything like this. All right. Thanks for coming
Well,
by.
I mean, it's fun. If we have any other disagreements, we can talk anytime. I'm an open book.
All right. Sweet, sweet.
All right. Yep. Have fun.
All right. I need to use the bathroom. this was epic. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. We gotta mute. All right. All right. Oh man. That was something. I wonder how I'm gonna clip that out. That's definitely gonna have to go up on the other channel. That's gonna be cool. All right, let's just go to the Tim Pool stuff now. Timcast IRL. Let's go. Yeah, this was the one. I'm gonna give it a like. We don't need chat.
This is a wild story, ladies and gentlemen. Look, the first thing I want to say is it looks like the government shutdown is going to happen. We don't know. Maybe Congress will do something tomorrow, but the continuing resolution failed. And so I believe the deadline is Saturday. It looks like the government will shut down at least for a month. Who knows? While that story is very big, we actually were struggling with this being the big political story. Do we want to lead with this or something substantially more shocking and I think worrisome? And that is a man went to the home of Nick Fuentes, and it is apparent that he had the intention to kill him. And I guess only by sheer luck, Nick survived. The individual had already killed 3 people, it is believed, and broke into a neighboring home and killed 2 dogs before being apprehended by the police. My understanding is the man lost his life in this conflict. But there is a video from Nick Fuentes' Ring doorbell camera, as well as the body camera footage being released from when this woman went to Nick's house. We had this conversation last night in the members only. Based on watching the body camera footage, it appears that Fuentes is 100% in the right in defending himself when this went down. Not that we like any of it, nor do we want any of this to happen, but especially now seeing this footage of a man walking up with a crossbow and what appears to be a bolt gun, yelling, "Yo, Nick," after having already killed several people. This is terrifying stuff. And the question now is this the Mangione effect? Now, I want to stress, Luigi Mangione is only accused. He's not been proven to have done anything. But with the open public support for assassination of perceived enemies, to see this attempt on Nick Fuentes' life is actually rather terrifying. We are hoping and praying this stuff doesn't escalate. And as much as, look, whatever you think about Fuentes, a lot of people don't like him. That's neither here nor there. The man is allowed to troll. He's allowed to have opinions. He's allowed to make jokes. He's allowed to be a nasty guy if that's what he wants to do. And he has a right to live in peace without this kind of nonsense happening. I'm going to save it. We got to talk about this. And of course, the continuing resolutions failure. We also need to talk about the FAA shutting down airspace for drones in New Jersey, threatening deadly force if they perceive an imminent threat. So this is going to be wild. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com and buy coffee. 2 weeks till Christmas, available now. And when you buy a bag of 2 weeks till Christmas gingerbread cast brew coffee.
All right, we're just going to skip to the part to where they actually start talking.
Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, we have to fly to Phoenix for AmFest. So forgive us, but we will have a good show today because smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Joining us tonight to talk about this and everything else is Luke Beasley.
Good to be with you.
Absolutely. Who are you?
this guy, man. He enraged him. He ignited Tim. Tim exploded on this guy. Holy crap. That was something. That was something to watch. You guys are gonna have a good time with this one.
I am a liberal.
And Tim was, I think the way that Tim went about it was kind of not so good, but there was some good points, and we're gonna watch it.
For political commentator,
it's gonna be fun.
Main platform is YouTube, and I do this, but from a different perspective.
Right on. We here at Timcast were disparaging some of these other younger liberals before the show, but we like Luke because he has a good conversation. We were having a good conversation before, and so I appreciate you being here. And then there's another Luke here.
That's a good name. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Luke Cadastro.
Yeah, that's
January
great.
20th.
He's basically an anarchist.
I think there's going to be psyops upon psyops versus KZR.
So conspiracy theories galore.
Wow.
Luke, it's so nice to see you. My name's
so good to see you too.
I'm a field reporter and
neocon,
warmongerer, neocon,
bloodsucker.
Over here at Timcast. It's good to be here, Luke. It's good to see you, both Lukes. You guys look like you could be related, both siblings or something. Phil, what's up?
Hello, everybody. My name's Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary. Tim?
Actually, Carter's here.
Oh,
What's
Carter's
up?
here.
Filling
yes.
in for Surge. I think I might. No, I'm not muted. What's up?
I'm so used to Surge not wanting
I know.
to talk.
Well, I figured it's the last show of the year.
I apologize.
Whatever.
You
know, I'd love to be on the convo. Let's get into it. Tim. Carter's pressing the buttons. Okay, man. Let's start with this tweet from Nick Fuentes. There is video, in fact. Nick Fuentes tweeted at 2:05 p.m. today. Last night, an armed killer made an attempt on my life at my home, which was recently doxed on this platform. The gunman carried a pistol, crossbow, and incendiary devices.
That's
I believe
insane.
he intended to kill me. He is now dead. I am okay. According to the police, the would-be assassin committed a triple homicide.
All right, what we're gonna do, what I'm gonna do is gonna delete that toggle. I'm gonna stay up here, but put you there, and then turn you on. There we go, because that's all we really need to see.
Homicide in southern Illinois early yesterday.
Right? Actually, nah. I'm after that conversation from before, I'm kind of burnt out. I guess we'll just watch this. I was gonna open up some Factorio, but
yesterday, before he arrived at my doorstep with his pistol drawn, calling my name. I am grateful to God that I am still alive. Tragically, the gunman broke into a neighbor's home to evade police and killed 2 of their dogs. While heartbreaking, it could have been so unimaginably worse. God have mercy. Doxing is not.
All right, let's just switch. Yes, this is bad, terrible. I don't. No one should be attacking anyone, regardless of how controversial your politics is on the internet. So yeah, agreed. Let's just skip to the part to when they actually start kind of pseudo not debating. Yeah.
Be a bolt type weapon with, I don't know. You guys might know better than me. Fuentes says the killer parked his car in front of my house and approached my door with his pistol drawn and what appears to be a crossbow. I was live streaming at the time. He rings the doorbell, tries the knob, and yells, "Yo, Nick." This is terrifying. Look, I'm just going to say what everybody's thinking. There's a lot of people who don't like Nick Fuentes, okay? And I don't want to get into this purity test of who Nick Fuentes is and what his opinions are, because right now the issue is an individual who has opinions on the internet and trolls. Someone tried to kill him. This is not okay. It's never okay. And we need this to de-escalate. But my fear is that this would be the Mangione effect.
Yeah, Nick's opinion doesn't matter here. It could be someone on the left and we would be acting the same way like we would be right now. As of course, it is awful and horrible what happened right now. And sadly, the left did lose politically. And
that's true.
I've been warning about
100%
this,
true.
Especially since Donald Trump won the presidential election. The left overwhelmingly doesn't have a lot of political solutions. They do overwhelmingly have a...
Bro, that last conversation burnt me out. I'm mentally incapacitated right now. Oh, bro. Oh, man. Oh, but it was a good conversation. I appreciated that. Hey, at least you could say that I'm honest. I don't want to be dishonest. That's the whole thing.
Major mental health problem that predominantly a lot of...
And I've listened to all of Destiny's arguments over and over and over again. It's just if Destiny wasn't going to convince me, I don't know if anyone else is going to be able to convince me on that stuff. But yeah, I'm going to stop talking about that.
People who believe in their larger ideology do suffer from. So this is something that I think has been in the works. I think the Mangione effect is real. I think there's a reason he's being carried out like he's Bane. I think there's a reason there's a lot of epithets and there's so much lore around this particular story, as I believe there's a larger psyop happening here in order to gaslight, frame, and to build up this larger notion that if you can't solve your problems politically, you could just do it physically. And that right there is somewhere where we have to put the stop on it immediately, call it out, and I don't care if it's Nick. I don't care if it's Rachel Maddow. This is something that you don't do. And this is something that could desperately escalate the situation towards grand, dangerous proportions that we don't want to be living in.
Yeah, I was confused by some of the stuff you said connecting to like left-wing ideology, but I agree that regardless of who it is, regardless of how reprehensible I find Nick Fuentes, the solution is not violence. This is something I've articulated a lot in the wake of the assassination attempts against Trump to my audience, which is that if our principles, if our pro-democratic liberal principles include nonviolent solutions to these things, then obviously people trying to take violent solutions to disagreements is exactly against our principles.
But that is the left.
What's the left?
The use of violence.
And this is where the debate starts. This is where this disagreement between Tim and Luke, this is where it all starts, man. And it keeps going until like halfway until the entire video. This is great. Sit back and relax and enjoy the rant, the slow build up into the explosion of Tim.
How do you mean?
So, for instance, at like all direct actions, they have something called the diversity of tactics, which is a direct reference to individual.
Okay, so let me explain. Tim thinks that the left is much more. I guess they basically just talk past each other the entire time. But Tim thinks that the left does way more violence than the right, and Luke thinks that the right does way more violence than the left. And Luke brings up statistics and stuff, and Tim talks about his experience on the field and on the ground. And you could say it's anecdotal, but like Tim obviously is an expert in this, and he literally was in all of he literally was on the ground journalist for like a good chunk of his life. So like he has the expertise and the experience about it, but I guess that's just not enough for Luke, and vice versa. Luke brings up all these this guy Luke. This Luke, he brings up, you can't even see that. This Luke brings up this all the information on like he'll bring up statistics from like organizations, giant government organizations, and Tim has a bias to not like trust them all the time. He trusts them to a specific point, but not all the time. And Tim really thinks that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But yeah, that's kind of like the general gist of how it's going to play out.
Include nonviolent solutions to these things, then obviously people trying to take violent solutions to disagreements is exactly against our principles.
But that is the left.
What's the left?
The use of violence.
How do you mean?
So, for instance, at like all direct actions, they have something called the diversity of tactics, which is a direct reference to individuals left aligned, covering their faces and engaging in violence. So the Mangione effect. This is not a right-wing phenomenon. There's not like Bible-thumping conservatives going around calling for death and murder. There are people selling products who are outright of progressive or left ideology, advocating and celebrating and outright saying they want to engage in carnal relations with Luigi Mangione.
Yeah. So, and that's something I've been speaking out against it's hard to say my own side because I think we talked about this last time I was on, or the episode's going to come out tomorrow. It gets a little bit wacky if you just say you split the country into two sides and then any most extreme example you can find across the two sides you portray as the entire side, right? But I agree, people celebrating Mangione when obviously what he tried to do is not the solution to the very problem separate from just the individual immorality of trying to murder somebody. Even the people saying that's okay because of healthcare problems seem to misunderstand how we would even solve those more systemic issues. But I did make the point a bunch of times last time, again on the episode that's coming out tomorrow. Sometimes we'll say in a general sense that regardless of political views, we all think violence would be wrong to solve those political views. But then it becomes a political point you're making, like, oh, liberals, Democrats, that cohort of people, regardless of where they stand on this issue, they're a part of this ideological problem. And last time I was on, we went over this, which is that political violence actually is far more common among.
Also, notice, he's about to speak, but notice how long he was speaking and the way that hold up, let's see. The way that so this is the video. We're gonna go find it right now. Now we'll just go here because it'll just pop up because Tim's we'll definitely have to watch this eventually. So like, notice how this is worded. 1v5, right? 1v5 debate. Now, you see how like he basically has been talking the entire time. No one's bothering to like put an input until literally just moment. And but Destiny's editor likes to call it a 1v5 debate. Like everyone's dogpiling this guy as if like this is just basically anti-Tim Pool like propaganda right here. That's basically what this entire video is. We're gonna watch it eventually, but I want to watch the legit thing first, and then we'll watch what Destiny's spin on it, because Destiny hates Tim because everyone in the political field basically just didn't want to literally just did not want to. Holy crap. Just doesn't want to engage with Destiny anymore because he started talking about Destiny's takes on the firefighter. Like, no one wants him on the show because of that. The firefighter that ended up getting shot ended up dying because of the assassination attempt from Trump. Yeah, that's why no one wants to have Destiny on. Destiny thought that was based. Destiny literally thought that was okay to it's just one less Trump supporter, and that's it. That's fine. Like, Destiny was making fun of it, and that's why no one has them on it. That's why Destiny hates Tim, because like he will keep using that argument as like to why Destiny isn't allowed on the show anymore, because he was glorifying the death of someone, and Destiny was doing that. So like, yeah, too bad, Destiny. Too bad.
I would take issue with saying Democrats, because I don't feel like.
But this obviously isn't a 1v5. But like that's. Like, over exaggerations to the max. Come on now. Destiny's the person that made Destiny's title was obviously lying in that.
Your run-of-the-mill Democrats
or just over-exaggerating
are the type of person that would be the type of people that Tim's referencing.
Well,
let's kind of make it like it's a left thing.
And
even
I'm on your side here, man. Hold on, let me get through my point, man. I'm on your side.
And you're both wrong.
That's not even true.
And you're both wrong.
There's wanted posters for CEOs in New York City. There's people selling out cards of all these CEOs that are on their target hit list.
Let's try something else.
You hear me though? That's wrong. It's wrong for people to do that.
When was the last time you saw a right-wing protest?
A right-wing protest?
Yeah, like right-wingers going out in the street waving flags.
What I'm saying, but I'm saying that when it's actually more thoroughly analyzed systemically, right-wing ideologies are more responsible for political violence, which doesn't make the instances of left-wing political violence or promoting that.
Was that done by the FBI?
No. Let's just try base down.
Actually, independent groups as well. But
I appreciate that Tim tries to make it not like a dogpiling contest. Like, whenever someone else besides Luke would say something, this guy right here, besides the guy that obviously disagrees with everyone that's there, Tim will try and narrow it down to be like, no, just focus on what I'm saying. Don't worry about what everyone else is saying. We're not going to dogpile you. I like that he shuts down everyone else but him, but this guy.
What would you define as like a right-wing ideology?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can things that ideologically across the political spectrum are associated with the right wing.
But what does that mean? Like, you're saying right-wing groups statistically are more likely to be violent. What does that mean?
No, like whenever they study acts of violence that had a political motivation, it's more commonly by a pretty large margin people who associated with right-wing ideologies.
And what is a right-wing ideology?
Yeah, we could pull up the studies to specifically define it because I don't want to botch it. How would you define left-wing violence?
So in the United States, it's actually interesting because right-wing ideologies tend to just be disparate. So what does that really mean? Well, right can refer to anarcho-capitalists, certainly don't agree with white supremacists, but in the media, in these studies you're referring to, they claim they're the same group.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have an anti-government from a right-wing perspective or super racist from a right-wing perspective, we're not going to say that's, now we can categorize all of the right as that. I wouldn't do that.
But you can with the
you'll
left.
do the same thing with the left, which is to say that a communist who wants to see a CEO killed is the same as someone who's just on the left.
It is.
Yes. Which is ridiculous.
That actually, I agree with Luke there. That is ridiculous. Why would you say, like, you shouldn't combine them. If you're not going to combine them in the right, then you shouldn't combine them on the left. But Tim is literally saying, like, yes, you can't combine all these different factions on the right together, but it's okay to combine all the people on the left together. Like, that's just stupid. So Tim, that's an L for you right now.
Ridiculous. And you're playing into the because communist who wants to see a CEO killed is the same as someone who's just on the left.
It is.
Yes. Which is ridiculous.
And I can
Wrong.
You're playing into the very because then
let me tell you
but
why
if
it
you
is.
make that argument,
Yeah.
I
can tell you why
putting
you're
people in danger in the very way that we're speaking out against here because you're saying those
No.
people who want violence are an entire side now. As opposed to making distinguishments.
We'll simplify it very easily.
That's true. Yes, by lumping all of the extremists together into one, and the not extremists, lumping all the small proportion of extremists with the majority of the people that aren't extremists is going to put a target on the entire thing. Like that's just true.
Group
So
of
he's
white
right there.
supremacists and white nationalists who are out protesting,
Luke
anarcho-capitalists
is right
will get into a
there.
fight with them. So these are two supposedly right-wing groups.
That's the argument? And there are left-wingers who get in fights with each other.
Actually, that's not true. On left-wing groups, as I've covered these protests for a decade, they have something called the diversity of tactics. So what you end up seeing, for instance,
Tim uses his personal experience, which I think it's very valid because like he like it's anecdotal, but I think it's justifiable to use his expertise because like he literally does. He used to be on the ground all the time doing this type of stuff. Some people would be like, "Oh no, Tim's just lying," and I'm like, "Bro, he has videos of him doing this. You can go look it up on his on some of his old channels. Like he has videos since like 2012 of him doing just random stuff. But yeah, let's just keep going.
Since
You're talking about
yeah. So you have liberals
protesters.
So you can't say that whenever he brings up something that's anecdotal, like it's obviously super credible. It's anecdotal, but it's very credible because like Tim actually like did this.
Then when you have liberals, so here's how it works, and here
Go
goes
back
the
a little bit.
tactics. So what you end up seeing, for instance,
You're
if you go-
talking about yeah.
So you have liberals.
Protesters. Okay.
Then when you have liberals, so here's how it works, and here's why you need to. Well, I mean, maybe you don't want to accept that. I don't care. When you get 300 run-of-the-mill liberals who don't believe in violence, black bloc extremists. These are not a specific ideology. It could be anarcho-left violent factions. It could be tankies. Specifically, utilize those protests for body mass. It's in their manifestos. It's in their.
You don't think right-wing protests would be doing the same thing?
Meetings, and the liberal groups, when they're organizing. Shout out to your friend Lisa Fithian and ask her about this. They tell the liberals respect the diversity of tactics. Now that is something that you don't see associated with right-wing groups because
you'll have like right-wing militias exploit right-wing protests for horrible ends.
When?
We can find particular examples. I don't have.
If you don't have them, then I don't think you have an argument.
Or like an example, would you say that? And I know someone over there is going to get triggered, but because it's such a prominent one that is on the top of my head, you had people who were peacefully protesting on January 6th, and then those who went violent. And I wouldn't say that every single person who's MAGA now are representative of.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
That is what you're saying. What? You're saying the extremist for like this one extremist part on the left is representative of all of the left. That is what you're saying, Tim. That you agreed to that in the beginning of this.
Sort of is.
It's
because you didn't have those who went violent, and I wouldn't say that every single person who's MAGA now are representative of.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
It sort of is.
It's
because you didn't have the peaceful people intervening to stop.
You did actually.
Violent people. You did.
You actually did.
Didn't in any meaningful way.
You're wrong. You're completely wrong.
Obviously,
wait.
Violent people. You did.
It's
because you didn't have the peaceful people intervening to stop.
You did actually.
Violent people. You did.
You actually
didn't in any meaningful way.
You're wrong. You're completely wrong.
Obviously, it was not a meaningful enough effort to even assist law enforcement.
There's surveillance footage showing some of the men asking police what they can do to help.
Yeah. And I'm saying that there are left-wing protesters as well who will be speaking out against violence at left-wing protests. I know because I've seen
so
it
we can talk about tendencies and on the right,
you're going to make anecdotal arguments about
Luke. You should have let him finish that because this is the thing about Luke. Like he made a really good point, a solid point right there, but then now he's continuing on, and that's the thing that's gonna piss Tim off.
Things you've covered, I know because I've seen
so
it
we can talk about tendencies.
See, Tim was starting to like agree, and then Luke just starts talking.
Right, and so on the right,
you're gonna make anecdotal. Arguments about things you've covered or protests, and that's why I think last time too.
My guy Taylor Lorenz is not a progressive. She's a run-of-the-mill progressive personality who said we all want more of that on TV.
Oh, she was wrong, and I spoke out against her.
So you are in the minority.
The vice president wanted more of it.
What?
Kamala Harris wanted more. What she said that people should be out in the streets. She said that she would.
She was not saying violently. You know that encouraging people to protest is different.
She was put.
Well, you can interpret it as like some people, just like how some people would interpret some of the things that Trump said as like insinuating violence. Like you can interpret Kamala saying that specific thing and phrasing as you can interpret that as like insinuating some sort of violence. You could interpret it that way. It wouldn't be fair, just like how I think it wouldn't be fair to do that with Trump, but people do it based on how they feel about a specific candidate.
Putting up
her
bail fund.
Participating in violence.
So you can't just that away.
That was just like how y'all. Again, you'll do the same thing for January 6th people and then say, but it's not for the violent ones. That was her argument.
The vice president was not putting up a bail fund.
What? I'm saying that she was not doing that for people who would engage in violence.
She absolutely
was getting arrested.
Wrong.
Who was getting arrested?
All sorts of trespassing or something like that.
No,
I mean, property related things.
My stance. So like for instance, two people who threw Molotov, who were giving out Molotov cocktails in New York, had their charges mostly reduced and nearly dropped.
So not dropped.
So so this is actually a really great quote from Kash Patel. If you are handing out Molotov cocktails, you're talking about federal terror charges, and they reduce them to like parole. Like that.
Yeah, that's compared to the people that just like the majority of the people that walked onto the that are in prison that got jail or prison time. The majority of them were like people that just either just rioted and walked up onto the Capitol and did that type of stuff. But they get a much more severe sentence than people that are literally making a weapon and firebombing stuff, but they get their charges reduced. Like that's like that unfair treatment with those two. I know it's two different situations, but still that's disproportional. And I can understand why people are upset about that if you look at it in a vacuum, which you probably shouldn't, but that's how they're doing. That's how they're looking at it. And I kind of agree. With the framing on that. I mean, with their perspective.
That's shockingly insane.
And I would have, based on if we went through the individual prosecution, probably disagreements with some of those prosecutorial decisions. But I will say again, you'll go through, and this is really, to people's feelings, compelling to a lot of folks, and cite particular examples to portray a narrative about the entire other side being violent, right? But then we actually research it, and it's not true. Right-wing political violence, it is.
It's made up.
It's not. You
can't even name any.
I have researched.
Name an ideology and name an instance.
If someone would, you could.
You're going to pull up the SPLC. You're going to pull up the FBI. You're going to pull up extremely biased studies.
Luke does not. He just does not care. You're going to put up a lot of biased studies. I don't think they're. I mean, I guess they could be, but like, I'm not sold on the whole. Every single government organization is wrong and you shouldn't be trusted. I don't buy that entire thing. I can understand there's little ways of like why people reasons why people distrust it, but I don't fully buy into it. I can understand it, and I somewhat share the perspective on certain topics and certain issues, but not here, not this specifically. I don't see the reason why you should have to just automatically you shouldn't automatically assume that the government is just wrong, right?
That were done by biased
with no
organizations
evidence.
that don't give a damn about the city.
Hold on. The point is this.
No. The reason
you cannot make an argument with no data.
No, the reason.
Tell me.
I'm not the one who has access to.
You have a computer right there.
Oh, I want your audience to see what I'm talking about.
No, for sure. Give me a source. I'll pull it up.
All right, perfect.
I like that. I really appreciate that about Tim.
I think in the last. Are we still logged in the last document I had? Here, one of y'all talk while I pull this up.
Should we pull up like the ADL's hate tracker map, or what do they have?
That's a credible organization that doesn't lie for political purposes at all, right? As well as the SPLC, as well as the FBI, that again fudges data in order to come to a particular political conclusion.
All right, look.
They even lied about the statistics about violent crime in America.
Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice.
It's wait, what am I doing? Custom 1.25. Let's go.
Maryland. And then just disparities in violence, keywords, extremist groups.
UML-led study among violent extremist groups. Is it this one?
Yeah.
First of its kind, look at left, right, and Islamist extremist explore similarities and difference. New research co-led by University of Maryland CCJS professor Gary Lafree finds that some political extremist groups are more likely to commit violent acts than others, a belief that's been increasingly questioned on the rise of left-wing extremist groups like Antifa and right-wing extremist groups like the Proud Boys. There's been a strong presumption among many that while the left-wing and right-wing ideologies vary a great deal in content, they resemble each other in terms of their willingness to use violence to further their political agenda. However, our analysis shows the right-wing actors are significantly more violent than left-wing actors, said Lafree, a professor in the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice and the founding director of the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism Responses to terrorism and responses to terrorism. So let's start with what do they define?
The National Institute of Justice too, when you're ready.
What do they define as right wing?
Yeah, look into it.
So this is an opinion article. How do they define?
It's reporting on a study they did.
There's a press release.
Yeah, UMD-led studies.
So let's start here.
Succinct for you.
My argument is based on, let's start with what an ideology is.
No, but see, you keep going back to provocative examples of individual acts of violence. The reason, when you started listing off instances, I know, because I've been in these debates before, how people react when I give you particular examples. It becomes about that example, and see, that's the only thing that you could bring up or whatever. I don't want to do that. I would rather just make it about the data. Let's analyze level-headedly, and let's also acknowledge this disagreement doesn't take away from opposing individual acts of violence.
What left-aligned groups do is say that everything outside of us is right-wing.
All right, I don't want to be mean to the podcast that I like to watch, but this Luke guy is literally having a 150 IQ debate with people that are only at 130. That's what I think is going on here. Like the way that he was talking about this one specific situation, man. Now that I'm actually listening to this in its full and I'm paying attention to it 100%, because before I was passively just taking the information, but yeah, I think this is where Tim went off. I guess that was kind of funny, but yeah, that's it hurts to see it. I kind of see it. I understand why I guess the title of this Destiny clip is so misleading. Brutal 1v5 debate. Liberal embarrasses Tim Pool. I'm like, okay, whatever. Okay, that's great. Anti-Tim Pool propaganda. But I can kind of see how you can say it like that.
It doesn't take away from opposing individuals.
Or frame it that way.
What left-aligned groups do is say that everything outside of us is right-wing, and then you're
just asserting that without any data at all, or any...
I just asked you how you define right-wing and you couldn't do it.
I want to make sure that we're accurate to the studies that I'm referring to. You have a report on it that I'm sure helps to specify that. And if you would find some effort that we're misdefining types of violence, then I'd love to explore that.
Wait a second. No, didn't they just look up something that he just gave him a source, and Tim is saying, well, you don't have any source to back that up. What do you mean? You literally just looked up a source that he gave you. Why are you on this page in the first place? Or this previous page in the first place? Yeah. This is the source. Come on now.
You would find some effort that we're misdefining types of...
So Tim is wrong here. He did give a source.
Then I'd love to explore that.
I think there might be a little bit of missing the forest for the trees here. Although I would say in the study earlier, it said Islamist protests might be responsible for more violence than left or right protests. I think we're...
Actually does. Far and wide have received the most research and policy attention, especially singled after the deadly attacks, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's not surprising.
I think we're coming on a culture of people and extremists who would be okay with political violence. And we're seeing this kind of culture of assassinations come up, I think, more and more in our culture.
But just really quick, can you name any other political violence on the right other than J6?
He just listed off a bunch of examples.
I listed a couple of groups, the 3%.
No.
Let me just do this. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
I almost had a principle.
Here's how it's defined. This is the ADL's heat map tracker for violent extremism. Right-wing white supremacy. Right-wing white supremacist. Neo-Nazism. Right-wing anti-government. Right-wing other. Islamist left-wing. Right-wing anti-government. Right-wing political unknown other. Where's left-wing anti-government? It's not a faction. Why is white supremacy and anti-government both considered the same thing?
Oh, no. But left wing only has one category. You can maybe hover over the I to get more information. Mm-hmm. But it's specified.
Can I even see that? The problem with not this category includes groups and moments traditionally considered part of the far left as well. Why not just have? Yeah, that's the issue with this, with the 80. Why have so many different categories of right wing? Just say white supremacy or right. Just have the quotations. Don't add the right wing to it, because it just makes it seem like you're just biased against one side.
Specifying between the different types of right wing.
Yeah, white supremacy and anti-government are two totally different things, and left-wingers can be anti-government too.
Of course.
So then why call anti-government right-wing?
Well, if there's an anti-government leftist who attacks a right winger for a political reason, that would be categorized under left wing violence.
So right wing, what defines someone who is then anti-government solely? Why would that be labeled as right wing? And how do you determine
Well, who's anti? There are right wing anti-government ideologies, right, that are of a right wing nature.
What does that mean? Right wing nature?
Like if you have a left wing libertarian versus a right wing libertarian, what does that mean? There's differences. I'm gonna botch if I start defining.
Well, if you don't know, what are you arguing?
No, I'm arguing that the only research we have bolsters refutation of
what percentage of professors are
ideology.
liberals?
But you could absolutely.
What percentage of professors are liberals?
That's a red herring, but okay.
A bunch.
95.
A bunch. I don't know.
95. So this is the problem we have. Yeah.
What is going on?
Let me explain it to you. So
you're just like.
He's asking a question.
I'm asking a question.
No, I get that. I'm not a master on how these studies methodologies.
You don't know.
Down, but your only evidence is I saw some violence.
No, hold on. That's sophistry. I didn't say my only evidence was me making a.
Okay, so then what's something not anecdotal?
Remember, Tim was the first person to mention the word sophistry. I have a projection argument when it comes to him using that word, but maybe we'll get to it.
That substantiates your argument.
Which portion of my argument? What are you talking about?
Yeah. So instead of just individually,
right,
as I'm doing,
let's go to
against this violence. You're making it about a left wing.
Yeah, let's go to like the RNC protest in 2008, where a bunch of guys got arrested for having firebombs. They were left wing individuals. The way that was organized was that the moderate good Democrats that you're referring to intentionally organized what they call green zone, yellow zone, red zone. The red zone actors were people who were intending on using extreme violence, including lethal force, and they needed the green zone individuals to provide the mass bodies to hide from police. I'll give an example from something. So that's an actual incident that occurred. Again, and so this is I'm a regular old Democrat. I'm not far left. I'm not a socialist. I'm coming to protest Republicans.
Doing it again. That's just a random example. I don't get caught up in individual provocative anecdotes. I would just like to look at a level-headed, zoomed-out, data-based argument.
Okay, so the problem we have here is that when you pull up the sources you claim, there are no conservative sources countering left-wing sources.
I mean, okay, then that's an interesting argument.
So if you can't define what
any data that stop it. If I
stop what define it.
Wait, hold up.
There are no conservative sources countering left-wing sources.
I mean, okay, then that's an interesting argument.
So
okay, so he concedes that, I guess.
If you can't define what
any data that stop it.
Yeah, no. He is defining it. Just because there's no right-wing sources doing it isn't disproving that he can't define it. That's just showing that there's no right-wing sources. So Tim, this is why Luke was like, stop it. Like, come on now. Like, that's not what he's saying. Stop putting words. Tim is putting words into Luke's mouth.
If I
define it. Stop define right wing.
If I took the time to properly write out a definition.
Second time Tim has used the word sophistry. Yo, this has become like a Tim Pool hating thing, even though I really do like his, I like watching his podcast, but I could see the flaw in his thinking.
Of a right-wing ideology, I could present that to you. I don't want to get it wrong, and so I'm not going to throw something out that I didn't know I was going to define right-wing. But what I do know, is that your argument of literally saying any data that I disagree with is too liberal is like, all right, I heard that about crime increasing, I heard that about everything.
You're misrepresenting my argument. My argument is, right now, I have pulled up the ADL as a source in your favor. However, it has six categories of right wing and one of left wing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how does that make sense? How can we quantify an ideology if there are 6 versions of right wing? Which one is actually the right wing, and how come left is one parent organization? I would actually argue the ADL sides with me in saying left wing encompasses all of it. That means if you're a Democrat, a progressive, a communist, a tanky, an anarchist, any action you take is left wing, and it's all the same ideology. Is that the ADL's argument here?
Well, maybe that in its categorization is an easier way. If you're a part of any of those left wing ideologies, it's less differentiated.
So it's fair to say
on a political spectrum whenever they're studying it.
So that
there's like more unique organizations that specify differently on it.
So you as a left wing individual are part of the same ideology as the people who want to murder CEOs.
As much as someone who's right wing anti.
Actually, yeah, with the ADL, like combining everything into just left wing, yeah, that's actually kind of true. And separating all of the right wing stuff into different right wing categories, yeah, that previous argument that Tim just made is actually sound. Not gonna lie.
Anti-government because they're libertarian is a part of organizations that specify differently on it.
So you as a left wing individual are part of the same ideology as the people who want to murder CEOs.
As much as someone who's right-wing anti-government.
Very inflammatory, but actually the ADL is proof of that.
Government, because they're libertarian, is a part of an anti-government libertarian who attacks a cop.
Libertarians aren't anti-government.
Well, look at my point. I'm saying that even within the subcategorizations, I'm not going to say any right-winger who's anti-government is violent.
So the point is,
You want me to read you a definition because you really wanted it?
of right wing.
You Googled it.
Let's get it.
All right. Right-wing ideology encompasses a broad range of political beliefs and values that prioritize tradition, hierarchy, individualism, and a limited role of government in certain spheres of life. The term right-wing originates from the seating arrangements in the French Revolution's Legislative Assembly.
By the way, this is the first time I'm ever seeing this Luke guy. I've never seen him before, but he really does sound like a light version of Destiny that isn't going to say crazy stuff about the assassination attempt. So yeah, that's the only reason why he's even on the show in the first place. Like, he disavows the assassination stuff and the firefighter stuff, something that Destiny didn't do. So yeah, get wrecked, Destiny.
Conservatives sat on the right side.
So is Nick Fuentes right wing then?
He would be really, really, really far right. Yeah.
But he's not an individualist.
What?
He's not an individualist.
I didn't say exclusively individualist.
So let's go for it again.
So it starts with a broad range of political beliefs. Just like how on the left, there's a broad range of political beliefs. I think communists are stupid, but they're on the far left.
So what's the difference between the collectivist right and the collectivist left?
Tell me.
I'm asking based on your definition.
No, I'm asking you. You're the one who brought it up.
Do you not know? This is something I talk about in the show literally every single day. And the question is, do you know what you're talking about? Can you answer yes or no?
Do I know what I'm talking about with the distinguishment of the government being
left collectivism versus right collectivism?
I think left wing.
What distinguishes Nick Fuentes from Antifa?
Again, tell me. I think you have a great explanation.
I certainly do. I'm wondering, as you've made an argument, if you know what you're talking about.
How does that connect?
Tim, this is the issue. This is what I have about the issue with this thing and why it makes it so frustrating to listen to. Like, Tim, this is not a good faith. Like, if he's literally asking you to like he literally said, you probably have a much better thing about this. But Tim, the only reason Tim is bringing this up is just to show how stupid he is. Like, that's just what type of why? What's the point of that? That's not a good faith engagement to the conversation. Like, who cares if he doesn't know? Like, he's literally saying, yeah, I don't know it. Why don't you like give a good faith interpretation? Like, why don't you answer that question? Like, he obviously saying that he doesn't know. He's asking you to give him your take. But instead of that, you're like, no, actually, I'm only bringing this up just to make you look stupid. Like, that's what that's what Tim Pool is basically doing right now. And I really don't like that, actually.
I think left wing. What distinguishes Nick Fuentes from Antifa?
Again, tell me. I think you have a great explanation.
I certainly do. I'm wondering, as you've made an argument, if you know what you're talking about.
How does that connect my argument?
Do you know the difference between various ideologies among the right and the left? You've not been able to define it.
I actually know. I would say I'm not a master in the distinguishments between different ideologies within a side.
Then how can you claim the right is more violent?
Oh, how can you claim the left is more violent?
Because I know many of these different factions.
Ooh, no. What you shouldn't have answered it that way. What Luke should have said is that what Luke should have said. Wait, hold up.
Then how can you claim the right is more violent?
Oh, how can you?
By literally saying the studies that you pull up. Like, you don't need to know all the little instances of or go into the granular information that Tim has about the little instances of what's been going on anecdotally. Like, you could just look at the grand scale, that the thing that you brought up in the first place. Like, that's that thing that he brought up that Tim looked up. Like, instead of asking this question, because asking the same question back to Tim over and over again is literally the reason, is the lead up to like why Tim ended up exploding. Because like, it's kind of frustrating when you keep bouncing back. Like no, you asked this question. Like, when someone asks you a question and then they ask you another question back instead of actually answering the question. Like, you keep doing this. Like, he needs to answer the question more and then ask him the next question. Because like, it's frustrating, especially in a live stream debate, pseudo debate.
You claim the left is more violent
because I know many of these different
feelings
factions
and your observations
from my field reporting expertise and the reading of the research.
Well, then what research?
So if we distinguish, say, anarcho-libertarian, anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism, we can talk about tankies, we can talk about social liberals, we can talk about traditional liberals, and we can talk about the political strategies used by each of these groups, and we can talk about how they've operated over the past 20 years, a combination of news reports, political studies, and field reporting from my personal...
I like how so this is... I would argue that this is sophistry. I would argue, because like... And Tim was projecting because like he said it twice so far. Like, oh, you're doing sophistry, or you're doing sophistry twice to the other guy. But what he's doing right here, this explanation is sophistry. Like, instead of actually talking about the thing, like, listen to what Tim says.
If we distinguish, say, anarcho-libertarian, anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism, we can talk about tankies, we can talk about social liberals, we can talk about traditional liberals, and we can talk about the political strategies used by each of these groups.
He says we can talk about this, we can talk about that, we can talk about this, but not actually saying anything about it. Like, he just knows all the names of these specific things, And he said, yeah, we could talk about all this, but he doesn't ultimately talk about it. Like he said, he basically did Tim literally just did a what do you call it? A Kamala, where you'll say so much but get so little, say so much information but get so little out of it. And I feel like Tim literally just did that, but maybe he might redeem it in this next comments.
They can talk about how they've operated over the past 20 years, a combination of news reports, political studies, and field reporting from my personal experience. Right. And I talk about right-wing groups, I can do the exact same thing, as I've done this on the ground as well in many different countries. My question for you is, if you're going to assert the right is more likely to be violent because you read a press release from the University of Maryland, I'm asking you to define which groups...
I dug and I could not find any research, even that came from a right-wing institution, that gave
which right-wing institution?
I'm saying I couldn't find one.
I agree. You can't find a right-wing institution that tracks...
Oh, there are right-wing institutions that do studies and stuff.
They don't track this.
Sure, maybe because they're studies. Do you see what's happening though?
I think you haven't done the research, and so you're saying
no. He did do the research. You can't say that. He literally was telling you that he was digging and he couldn't find it. Just because he didn't find the information doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't do the research. That's disingenuous. Tim, you can't be saying that. It's funny how Tim explodes on him after, like, now that I'm actually listening to this, I'm like, okay, come on, Tim. Don't be, that's bad faith. Like, you can't, no.
Apparently you haven't even less than me. Sheesh.
Yeah, true, actually.
So
maybe
this is
because they're studies. Do you see what's happening though? I think
you haven't done the research, and so you're saying
apparently you haven't even less than me. Sheesh.
I have 20 years of field.
Well, no, okay. I said true, but I have to take that back. Like Tim is going off of his experience of field reporting. So like he's super credible because of his own experience, which are like the Luke guy doesn't really necessarily, he doesn't like anecdotal stuff. But like the thing is though, Luke doesn't understand that he's talking to an actual expert. And that's why Luke doesn't just take Tim's word for it. Luke doesn't want to actually take Tim's word for it, which kind of sucks because if he were to just do that, then Tim wouldn't feel like he's being like, he wouldn't have exploded. But I keep saying that, and we still haven't seen it yet, and we're like 30 minutes in.
Yeah,
and every single time you come back to...
Give me substance, bro.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm saying I don't get caught up. Especially like, let me give you another example. Crime has been going down. I could go find instances of crimes taking place, right?
The FBI lied about that.
The FBI lied about that. That crime is not going down. They actually altered and omitted those statements. Not, crime didn't go down.
It's not even an
argument. It actually went up.
You do know that the FBI revised the crime
2022, not 2023 and 2024.
Right.
And we're seeing a really good trend on that front.
Do you know why? In
2022, it was not a huge revision.
Do you know why homicide is down?
Tell me.
I'm asking you, not just...
You're the one bringing up these questions. Homicides are down because less...
Yeah, like what does this have to do with anything that, like, if Tim is going to... I can understand. I can understand why Luke is frustrated with why Tim keeps bringing up these random questions, like in the within this entire like thought process. But then I can understand why Tim gets so mad when he doesn't answer the question, because Tim keeps asking these questions and then Luke just never like responds to it, or he responds with his own question. So, yeah, I can see it both ways.
Homicides are happening.
You're wrong.
Okay, go for it. Tell me. They're categorized different or something.
No, it's because of cell phones.
And improvements in medical technology as well, and emergency rooms that have been able to make people...
What? No. How does that... Wait, that's
People
good.
aren't dying.
That's good.
It was bad.
There aren't violent
Dude.
Violent crimes at large are down over the last few years.
I think it's crime is down, but violent crime is up.
Pull it up. Violent crime is down, even with the revision in 2022. You have 2023, 2024.
The reason why I'm not going to argue on the violent crime thing is crime has generally gone down. And I'm not here to argue it. The point I'm trying to make is...
Thank you for conceding that, Tim.
You have a surface level... tepid view of a lot of these things.
Bro, okay, so now here we go. Tim is the first person to do some sort of ad hominem attack, basically just calling him a name. Like, oh, you're dumb. You have a surface level thing. Like, okay, come on, Tim. Like, why? Why even bother saying that? That's why I don't think Tim Pool's a good debater. He kind of sucks. Like, are you really just going to be like, oh, you're dumb. You didn't know about this specific question. Like, okay, all right, Tim. Like, even, like, come on, Tim. Come on, Tim.
Things.
Your view of political violence is a bunch of stories and wanting me to cite specific stories of right-wing attacks.
And then Luke just doesn't believe, doesn't acknowledge Tim's expertise on the ground. And this is where they're passing each other. Like Tim sees this as him just brushing off Tim's experience and just brushing it off as like just anecdotal experience makes Tim feel like why are you doing that? Like, I legitimately is on the ground. Like, it discredits Tim in a way that it makes it personal for Tim. And I see why Tim exploded on that. But I understand why he feels the way that he feels. Because, like, he doesn't think Tim is, like, this super credible guy that has all this information. Because, like, I don't think he watches Tim's stuff at all. Like, and it makes sense. Like, he's on the other side. Why would he pay attention to Tim Pool's stuff and watch his stuff, like, religiously in order to see the information that that Tim was doing? But, like, this is all the way in the past. Like, of course, he's not going to know that information to even give Tim that type of credibility, which I think Tim kind of deserves. But, like, yeah,
that's just not interesting because that's not how we analyze data. It just means you're a credentialist and you don't know.
Like, I just gave you another good example that y'all do a lot. Fox News will run all these provocative stories of crimes taking place. That gives me no information, no insight as to the actual broader.
What do I have to do with Fox News?
I just use it as an example.
Yeah, but don't say y'all and talk about Fox News.
Like, is there a specific story you're talking about? It sounds like you're alluding to Laken Riley, or when you say that specifically, like Fox News is running with these stories that don't depict an accurate, representation of what's going on in the world.
So this guy, I think he was probably the most good faith person on the entire, compared to like Tim, the other dude. I think he was the most good faith with engaging with this guy with questions and asking like specific questions onto Luke. I think he did a really good job. Like, props onto you. I forget his name, but like, yeah, props onto you, glasses man with the stash.
These stories that don't depict an accurate, representation of what's going on in the world.
No, I mean, no, just stories about crimes happening. There was a lot of focus for.
Yeah, I don't care about
cover crime.
Let me tell you why I actually
cover it, but they never contextualize it with here's the broader crime.
The reason why I asked you the cell phone question is that when you have people who do like surface level stuff, they. You'll
again, another ad hominem quote, like surface level stuff. Look at you. You're just doing surface level stuff. Come on, Tim. You could do better. I mean, I guess he can't. Like, Tim is not a debater. So like, he can only resort to ad hominems. Like, come on now. Like, just stop calling him dumb. Like, this is not a good look for you, Tim.
You'll listen to a YouTuber say, all Fox News is doing is pulling up like a story of an individual murder and then acting like it's out of control. That's something I refer to as a scaling problem. We know this as social media exacerbates knowledge of issues, making us feel like it's more likely to be occurring when it's actually not. So I have no problem saying that violent crime is down. There's a bunch of different institutions that argue, like, I think shoplifting has gone way up. So in some areas it shows that crime is up, but then violent crime is down. Some people say that's the crime that really matters. The cell phone point is actually really important because when you laugh at it, you seem confused by it. We're talking about multi-order.
I was confused why you would bring. I know that technological advancements impacts either crime in general, or how law enforcement reacts to it, or how medical professionals do. I just was laughing that you brought that up as if to refute my point about how anecdotes of crime doesn't debunk broader crime.
No, I asked you about the cell phone.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's like Tim is literally, he brought the cell phone thing up as like that was just a red herring. Like, that's funny in the specific thing that we were talking about. Like, why bring this up? There's like, what's the point of the question? So, like, I don't know why Tim doesn't understand that. Well, I mean, Tim, what my point from before, like, this Luke guy, this Luke 8, or conversation with people that are 130. So, like, they're just out of reach of what he's like, they're just shy of reaching his level of like computational I don't even know the word, but like I hope you guys understand what I'm talking about when I say this.
Laughing that you brought that up as if to refute my point about how anecdotes of crime doesn't debunk broader crime.
No, I asked you about the cell phone thing because people who are single order thinkers can't comprehend how something like a cell phone means homicide is down.
I can comprehend it.
It's actually really simple.
Yeah.
Although there are still stabbings, although there are still shootings, the fact that we can call 911 right away means the person is less likely to die. So you'll end up with a larger amount of attempted murders and aggravated robberies, but less homicides because people survive.
Phones haven't changed that much in between when Trump left office and when
I'm not talking about that.
has been in office.
I'm talking about the general trend decline since the 2000s till today.
There's a lot of contributors. That's one of them.
Cell phones is the biggest contributor. It's actually rather surprising. People don't think about these things. Like one of the things that we think as to why crime has gone down is the removal of lead from gasoline. And then you might have someone be like, well, how does that happen? It's like, well, lead was actually frying people's brains in the air. And so to bring it all back, like with like the Nick Fuentes story and all that stuff, we take a look at the body of body politic 20 years. How many right-wing protests have there been over 20 years?
It depends how you define protest, but Many. I mean, especially during the pandemic, there were a lot of anti-lockdown type protests.
Over the past 20 years, you had the Tea Party protests.
Tea Party protests.
Maybe, a dozen there too.
It depends on how you define it too. Like there's some militias out there. They're 3%.
And herein lies the problem.
Proud Boy type groups.
And this is the problem with institutionalized left-right dichotomy. The American colloquial right has nothing to do with white supremacy.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I had this thought when I was listening to this the first time when I was doing other things. Tim, oh my God, Tim, I understand why Destiny hates him. Tim does the same thing that Hassan does. Like, he'll say these massive big, like, listen to what he just said and then tell me, what does he even mean by that?
3%.
And herein lies the problem.
Proud Boy type groups.
And this is the problem with institutionalized left-right dichotomy.
This is the problem with, like, what does that even mean? Like, that's literally what's up. Like, it feels, it's like I'm listening to Hassan say something with these massive big words, and then this is the problem, and then goes into it, and then you're like, well, I don't know what, like, I still don't even know what the problem that is. I don't even know what you, like, said.
American colloquial right has nothing to do with white supremacists or anti-government or sovereign citizen movements. Literally nothing. However, the mainstream liberal Democrat position incorporates these groups in some degree into their facets, notably in their protests and in their body politic. So when we say AOC, for instance, is aligned with the left, or how about this? Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren both said violence is wrong. No one should be doing this. It's horrible, but people can only push so far, as if to imply the healthcare CEO actually took an action that warranted the anger of people to be happy that he died. The right doesn't have that. So
they do.
So the Republican Party does not have that.
Like, why for months was Paul Pelosi mocked for having his head bashed?
Being mocked is different from advocating for killing.
Yeah, and respectfully too, January 6th.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. 100%. I agree with that. It's different. It's 100% different. Someone getting hurt is much different than someone literally dying. And I think it's a massive difference.
It was a big
yes,
deal
quite
with the
literally.
You think it's not encouraging political violence to laugh when it happens to your opponents?
No.
What about wanting to
I have no problem.
January 6th rioters?
I have no problem with the left laughing when someone on the right is injured. I have no problem when the right laughs on someone on the left.
I know that's not true.
I think
know
it's both
that if we pulled up okay.
The left and the right, nobody should be mocking anybody.
Obviously, Trump is sending a message that such violence is not as bad as the left wants you to believe. If he's going, ooh, whatever he said about Paul, and the lies that were spread about it was a gay affair or something. That's obviously trying to.
It's very, very different from saying that the CEO of a healthcare company did something to warrant the anger towards him, like the call for his murder. That's very different.
First of all, I don't necessarily agree with that argument, but also for me, I'm just going to be principled across the board because I'm also against that.
Did Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren say people can only push so far?
I'm sure they said something to that effect if you're bringing it up.
What did the healthcare CEO do to warrant anger?
Wait, hold up. Listen to that again, because I had something to say about that, but I wasn't 100% sure what I wanted to say.
Call for his murder. That's very different.
First of all, I don't necessarily agree with that argument, but also for me, I'm just going to be principled across the board.
That's not you being principled across it. You should still say like what you have an issue with that argument. Like, still say it. Like, you're not really remaining principled. You're just remaining. Just because you're just saying, just because you're just like, you don't like the argument, but you want to remain on the side of like CEO shooting bad. So therefore, I'm just going to agree, even though I don't necessarily agree with the underlying argument. Like, I don't like, that's not the way you should have gone about that. You should have actually like pushed that a little bit and then say, I don't necessarily agree with this argument, but I agree with the, like, you can still remain principled by agreeing with the that the shooting was a terrible thing, but still disagreeing with Tim's argument. Well, whatever. Yeah, let's keep going.
I'm also against that.
Did Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren say people can only push so far?
I'm sure they said something to that effect if you're bringing it up.
What did the healthcare CEO do to warrant anger? What did they do that pushed people so far that they would be advocating for their murder?
I'm not going to make an argument that I don't believe in.
I'm not saying you should argue for it. I'm saying,
tell me.
Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren said murder is wrong. I'm paraphrasing, but you can only push people so far. That statement means the healthcare CEO did something that warrants people calling for their death.
I'd love to see the clip if you want me to break it down.
Yeah. Well, what they're alluding to is that the failure of the healthcare industries are responsible for their deaths, and therefore they are murderers.
And what I'm trying to explain to members of my own side, because I'm principled and
you can only, Elizabeth Warren said you can only push people so far. I mean, that's right there.
Right, and so then I would say bad Elizabeth Warren.
But she's mainstream, like liberal. She's a prominent liberal. Is there?
Yeah, I'm not hearing that she's not advocating for Biden to pardon Luigi.
No, but I'm saying, is there?
You know who is going to pardon violent
Chuck
people?
Schumer say anything like that?
Did Trump say he's going to pardon?
Who's going to pardon violent people?
January 6th, the assault. He specifically got asked about those who attack police officers. He said yes.
Yeah.
So
how long?
I mean, do you want to run through the Biden pardons and go through?
Let me ask you a question.
But do you see the distinguishment? I agree. There are going to be people on our respective sides we disagree.
So, okay, he was the one that brought that specific situation up. So now that he's the one that brought this up, Tim is going to drill him on it. And you know what? That's fair game. That's fair game. If Tim goes a little bad faith with this part, these next moving moments, I wouldn't be like, he kind of brought it upon himself. Not going to lie.
Agree with. Yours happens to be the leader. Well, I don't know how you define necessarily, but yours would be the guy on your
how long
leader of your entire movement.
If someone attacks a cop, how long should they go to jail for?
I don't know. A while.
What's a while? Honest question.
4 years.
Totally depends on the details of the assault.
Okay, so they took a cop's shield from him and bashed him on the head with it.
I'm not going to give you a specific answer. I would have to look into the.
No, see, well, bro, don't ask for that. And then he gives you a specific scenario and then be like, you know what? I'm actually not going to give you a specific information, even though you did kind of just given me the information that I wanted. Like that. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. You can't just like listen to that again.
A while?
What's a while? Honest question.
4 years.
Totally depends on the details of the assault.
Okay, so they took it.
Yeah, see, it totally depends on the details. And now he's going to give you a hypothetical, but now you're not going to get engaged with the hypothetical? That's not fair.
Took a cop's shield from him and bashed him on the head with it.
I'm not going to give you a specific answer. I would have to look into the guidelines prosecutorily. I'd have to look at other
So
cases.
then you literally have no opinion on Trump's pardons then?
What? I'm saying that Trump
is
shouldn't
pardoning
intervene.
people on January 6th.
Wait, but yeah, that's true. Based on that information, you would need to know all the information, so you would therefore stay neutral. Like, why would you not stay neutral? Staying neutral means that you have no opinion on it. But since he has an opinion on it, I guess he's just not neutral. So he's against it, which means how could you be against something with no information if you don't have the specific information? That's the route that we're going to take here.
Six who were violent and attacked cops.
Yep. And some of them
they've been in jail for 3 years.
Okay.
How long should they be in prison for?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the individual cases. What some of them wanted to overthrow the government, so that would add.
That would mean you're neutral on Trump's pardon then.
No, because I think that the prosecutors who brought these cases, then brought them in front of a jury and got convictions, should be respected. Just like how I don't think that Biden should have pardoned his son.
Oh, so he's not neutral because the yeah, okay, all right, I understand. I get what he's saying.
And even though these cases are far more serious, but I think those outcomes should be respected because I respect the justice.
More serious.
And so my point is this: if you don't have a thought on how long they should be in prison, it's fine to say.
This is what you do a lot. Though.
It's fine to say like if we don't know how the
your argument fails.
Like no. I mean, here, let's go back. So like the reason I understand why he's not neutral is because he just trusts the system, and since the system said this, he just believes that the system said this without actually going into any more information than that. So he just trusts them. And Tim and the crew just does not like that answer. They do not like so you just blindly trust the government. And like, depending on the way that you feel about the government, that could be like the most outrageous thing, or that could be like the best thing. Cause like I'll give you the argument for against the government. Like the government is corrupt. It does all these bad things. If you have that type of belief, then just blindly just trusting the government when they give out these rulings is just kind of bad because of all the weird. Does that show up on? Oh, it does. Oh, there's a weird line here. That's kind of weird. I thought that was my display. I thought my display was broken for a split second. Now I lost my train of thought. Let's go back.
Thought on how long they should be in prison. It's fine to say.
This is what you do a lot. Though.
It's fine to say like we don't know how the.
I think those outcomes should be respected because I respect the justice.
More serious.
And so my point is this.
Yeah. He respects the justice system, and Tim and the other guy with the beard and not the one with the glasses, but the lighter guy with the beard, with the hat. They don't just outright respect or outright trust the government just to have that type of. Yeah, they just don't trust the government. Like it literally just boils down to that these guys don't trust the government. So it's going to take a little bit more than just trusting the government to have a non-neutral stance.
If you don't have a thought on how long they should be in prison, it's fine to
this
say
is what you do a lot. Though?
It's fine to say
like
if we don't know how the
your argument fails, you're just gonna ask hyper-specific, slightly irrelevant questions to me.
How's it irrelevant?
Because I don't think it's relevant for me to figure out.
I mean, that's what Tim was doing a while ago. So for you to point it out now on this specific topic is kind of like, why? Why wait until now to say that? You should have said that beforehand, or wait until he actually did it again. I don't think Tim actually did that now. Like, you kind of put yourself into the situation, into this logic trail by bringing that up in the first place. So that's not necessarily on Tim's fault here, but I can understand why he feels that way right now, because Tim has been doing it in the past in this conversation.
Because I didn't sit in these courtrooms and listen to the details of every case, exactly how long each one should
How could you advocate for someone to be in jail if you don't know?
Well, I can tell you. Because Trump is saying we should subvert that process because he thinks what they did was patriotic and should then pardon them.
Yeah, but a lot of people just don't believe that. Well, like, has Trump been convicted on that specific thing? No. So why should everyone just have that thought process? That doesn't make, like...
I don't. Has he specifically said it was patriotic to do that?
Yeah, he like salutes to that song they sang every single.
Well, like, is there a quote where Trump said that January 6th people who attacked cops was patriotic? I genuinely.
Because I want to be fully honest, I will say I'm almost 100% certain he said that at some point.
That the people who attacked the police and were violent were acting patriotic?
Not in that order, but that
I'm paraphrasing.
January 6th, defendant, and then as we dive more specifically into that,
I think if you're on the left or the right and you attack a cop, depending on the severity of the attack, like if we're talking about you're at a riot and you punch a cop or shove them, 6 months to a year is probably good.
NPR just reported on the 12th that President Biden can reach a sentence for 1,500 people. Some say he could do a lot more, 1,500 people.
No, but he already said that was wrong. That's fine.
No, not all those. I was saying Hunter Biden.
Luke, do you feel as though more Democrats were willing to justify the BLM riots than Republican elected officials were to condemn January 6th?
Well, interestingly, I will answer the left wing in a second, but a lot of the Republican politicians just changed their position. So initially it was like unanimously that was bad. Now almost all of them apologize for what happened that day. And we all, as I was explaining one of the times,
see this dude right here, always giving the good questions, like good faith questions, like actual interesting questions. I like this guy. I really do. Like this guy right here. Boom. He's cool. I like him.
January 6th.
Well, interestingly, I will answer the left wing in a second, but a lot of the Republican politicians just changed their position. So initially it was like unanimously that was bad. Now almost all of them apologize for what happened that day. And we all, as I was explaining one of the times here, we all missed the broader danger of trying to block the peaceful transfer of power that led up. January 6th wasn't the whole thing. That was the ending, and that was more individuals. But Trump's effort to prevent Biden from coming to office is what I really take issue with. But no, now a bunch of Republicans apologize for it, which is terrible. And then Democrats.
No, but the question was specifically for the Democrats.
And then I couldn't tell you.
Democrats who are
my guess would be that more Republicans have apologized for the violence on January 6th than Democrats. But let me get to the caveat. Then Democrats who apologize for violence during BLM, very limited. They would all say violence is bad, but the cause was.
It's the voice of the unheard, like MLK. Remember?
But then I'd get to. I think it's a fair criticism to say maybe some were too quiet about the violence. Like none of them were out there saying this is fine.
Well, yes, they were taking a knee. They were taking a knee. Many of them, Nancy Pelosi and some
but you're
Democrat
mixing
leaders, and they
would show up to a peaceful protest, and then as a part of that, people would be exploited.
Maxine Waters with the whole, you have to go find them in restaurants, and you have to get up in their face.
Like that's not direct violence, but that's
encouraging.
Here's two phrases for you: respect the diversity of tactics, and snitches
bringing that up.
And snitches get stitches.
What? Okay.
No, but then Kamala Harris also was posting a bill.
Oh, my brain turned off for like a minute. Let me just go back a little bit. The stitches thing. like again, I'm saying that this dude, this guy right here, because I keep my face just blocks. This dude right here, he's having a 150 IQ argument with people that are 130 IQ. Like this, like I like how he just dismisses, like, yes, bad Tim, yeah, stitches, yeah, bad Tim. Like he's treating Tim like an idiot. And it's funny how he's doing it. I know it hurts because like I like Tim, but bro, oh man, the way he dismissed him like that's just all right. That's wild. It brought me back though, because I was thinking about the my previous conversation.
People would be exploited.
Maxine Waters with the whole, you have to go find them in restaurants, and you have to get up in their face.
Like that's not direct violence, but that's
encouraging.
Here's two phrases for you: respect the diversity of tactics, and snitches
bringing that up.
And snitches get stitches.
Yeah, what? Okay.
No, but then Kamala Harris also
bad.
was posting a bill fund for BLM rioters, and
It's just weird. Y'all are the ones supporting the politicians who say this, like Trump.
Who? Say what?
Who justify violence?
Why did Trump justify violence?
I thought we just went through that.
We didn't. I asked you for examples, and you said, I don't know. Just squint at me. Tell me what you think.
No,
it's like whenever you don't have an answer, you just get confused and say, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm genuinely confused.
Okay,
that
let's
you're
try
not
this again.
listening to me because
Well, I am,
obviously, if
I ask you a question and you just don't answer, and then you go sophistry.
Because I only speak
ad hominem.
I only speak on. I haven't done ad hominem.
All you're doing is saying you do this, you do that, you do this. You're not actually giving.
No, Tim, you've been ad hominem the entire time. You kept alluding to like, oh, he doesn't know this. Oh, he doesn't know that. Oh, he's stupid. Or like, bro, what do you mean he's been like he hasn't ad hominem you. He's been kind of dismissive with some of the things that you've said, but like he didn't say that you're you're a bad person or doing some sort of like he hasn't ad hominem you at all, not even once. I don't know why Tim even said that in the first place. Like Tim, I can't really see why Tim felt that way. So there's no real justification for that.
Give me substance.
Oh no, I was saying I was just shocked that you didn't listen to my substance earlier. But so the January 6th. While I'm only going to speak on things I'm very informed on, so I'm not going to tell you exactly to the month that they should get. I do respect the fact that they were prosecuted in a court of law, and I don't think Trump to send a message to.
You can give a generalized, like if you're gonna have a take where like I'm just gonna trust what the government says without actually looking too in depth in it, because I think he did look into it, but not super granular like he's saying right now. Like if you're gonna have a stance with just kind of like just somewhat blindly trusting the government, then you can obviously just give like an opinion on like how many months, like or how many years. Like that's not too much to ask.
To his base that what happened on January 6th was good, which is why he would do such a pardon. Should be pardoning folks who were violent. Or
I think 3 years is long enough.
Yeah, and that's a wrong stance, but okay.
How's it wrong?
I just explained to you.
No. You didn't. You said the court process should play out the way it is. My opinion on the amount of time should be served for a crime is not just wrong because you like courts.
No, I get that.
You need to explain.
That's true. Tim needs to shut up now and let him explain that, because that's the question that that's something he needs to explain right now. But I don't know if Tim is going to let him explain it, because Tim's kind of annoyed right now.
Saying why the time frame I'm asserting should be longer than 3 years.
No, I'm saying the default, you have to have overwhelming, compelling evidence that someone has been wronged to justify a president stepping in and saying, I'm subverting the justice system outcome. Do you agree with that premise?
No.
That's a moral.
So you're making a fascist argument.
I don't think that's fascist. I think Tim is using the word fascist just like how Destiny would call Tim like a right winger or conservative. Like it doesn't, like the word doesn't mean anything anymore for the amount of times that you use it. But yeah, I don't see how he's a fascist by saying that. Like that's not necessarily a wrong. Like the court system is like I don't know.
A fascist argument?
You are making the fascist argument that the hierarchical...
And look, literally, you're just ad hominem right there by calling him like, that's just fascist. Like, that's an ad hominem. You're not really giving an argument. You're just saying that you're this specific word. What you're doing right now is this specific word. Thank you and have a nice day. You're not saying why he's doing that. You're not, like, that's literally what you're doing. Like, you're literally ad hominem right now.
The structure of government is just and should be upheld regardless.
Why? Okay, I'm not going to ask that. This is
right, and so the system we have is
I'm just not loving, and this is a way of celebrating violence. That Trump is celebrating those as far as a pardon, and in his rhetoric and in his national anthem thingy, people who attacked the Capitol. Why did they attack it? Because they believe lies about the election.
There's a variety of reasons why people were violent on January 6th. Largely that they believe the election was stolen.
Like, hey, that's bad. You don't have to keep going.
I've called for their arrest and prosecution. Like, this is not a shock to my audience.
My reporting is responsible for the arrest of a couple of January 6th
My point is that if you've got somebody on a misdemeanor charge who's been...
Holy crap. I didn't know that's what he said. Oh my, dang. Okay. Doesn't change my opinion on him though. Let's listen to that. Listen to what the guy with the glasses says again.
The prosecution. Like, this is not a shock to my audience.
My reporting is responsible for the arrest of a couple of January 6th
My point is
rioters.
that
that's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. But you know what? Hey, he does reporting no matter whose side he's on.
If you've got somebody on a misdemeanor charge who's been held without trial, a pardon makes perfect sense. Unless you're a fascist. and the system is just. So it's like Benjamin Franklin, who said it is better that 100 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer. You've taken the Otto von Bismarck approach of it is better that 10 innocent people suffer than one guilty person escape.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay, you have.
No,
right?
I
So
haven't.
no, stop. You don't know anything about these January 6 cases. You don't know why these people are in jail. You don't know that a man is in Brooklyn right now for 3 years without charge or trial. And when Donald Trump says these people have been held for too long, you say, no, Trump is wrong. Keep them locked up. That's fucking fascist. Dude. You've been sitting here with no knowledge of the specifics of some of these cases. There is a man in Brooklyn right now, I'm going to say it again, no charges whatsoever brought.
Let the rant begin. I mean, it already did, but I wanted to cut him off.
He's been in jail for 3 fucking years. For you to sit there and say it is good that he remains locked up is fascism. That is saying the hierarchical system of the courts and the government is just, and the process is all that matters. And I am saying perhaps 3 years is enough, because I actually have moral logic and an understanding of these cases. Hence, my position.
Moral logic, another Hassan talking point. I know he really doesn't like Hassan, but like, bro, you literally sound like him right now. Moral logic, like what does that even mean? But okay, like keep going.
January 6th has always been the people who have attacked police must go to prison. But 3 years is a fucking long time for assault on an officer. We have seen people on the far left, notably when they were firebombing shit all across Minnesota, 33 people murdered. And how many criminal charges do we get for this? When they firebombed a police station and forced.
Oh yeah, whenever I say Hassan, I mean Hassan Piker, the Twitch streamer that Destiny hates, but also hates Tim Pool, kind of for the same reason. But Tim Pool and Hassan don't like each other either. So like it's fun how this triangle works.
Police to evacuate. On May 29th, 2020, when thousands of far leftists firebombed the White House grounds and set fire to St. John's Church and injured 100 police officers, how many fucking people went to prison for 3 years? How many of them who never showed up on that day are in prison for 20 years? Enrique Tarrio wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th, and you are saying that man who his only crime was, quote, don't leave. That's his only crime. You think he should be in prison for 20 years because you're a fascist. You don't care what the facts are. You don't care if this is unjust. You only care that the machine state has decreed you are not to be locked up. And this is the problem I have with the left. They don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts. They view morality as a blanket government stroke of the pen, and every person, regardless of their crime, should be in prison for decades. I reject it outright. The people who fought cops should go to prison. They did. It's been 3 years. But when you've got people who are on misdemeanor charges for having walked into a building at 4 p.m. after the riot, and I know some of these people, they walked into a building for 2 minutes and walked out, and they got 18 months for that. I don't see you defending the innocent people who walked onto a public grass at a public building after a riot had been completed. You don't know. You don't care. You've taken a tribal position, and people are suffering because of it. Now you say that Donald Trump saying the injustice that we've seen warrants commutation or pardons. You say that means he's advocating for violence. This is the ultimate problem. Then you cite a press release from Maryland saying, but the right's more violent. There is a distinction between a white supremacist as a right-wing group and a run-of-the-mill Christian conservative who showed up on that day not to protest. Let's talk about Brandon Strzok. He never went in the building. He was on the other side of the building. There was a permitted protest. He walked up the stairs and he was yelling. They put this guy in prison. There is Owens.
Tim is pissed. Tim is really pissed off because of anecdotal stuff. Like he's bringing up more of his life experiences, which honestly, I understand why you can get emotional when the people that you know in real life is going through like a terrible situation. So I can understand why he's so mad, but it is anecdotal experience. He is getting mad at anecdotal experiences. Like, true.
Schroyer, who was at a permitted rally, who was yelling death to communists. They put him in prison.
Or because of his anecdotal experiences.
My dude, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's fine. I get it. We try to be polite. We try to be nice. But there are so many young liberals who sit here and say,
what do you mean? You've been calling him uneducated for the, like, almost for the most, you weren't being nice. Like, you were being a little bit nice by not going off on him. But, like, you called him you called him stupid. You basically called him stupid or alluded to him being stupid for like the past, like what? Since the first 10 minutes of the entire stream, we're 47 minutes in. Like that's you being nice. That's a charitable take of what you've been doing. That's a charitable take. I can understand why Tim feels like he was being nice, but come on now.
Corporate press told me that these people are bad, and the machine state government has decreed it by pen. So I don't care what crime they committed. I don't care what the jury said. I don't care who was on the jury. Enrique Tarrio, who was not there, should be in prison for 2 decades. Tell me this now. Why is Enrique Tarrio in prison?
Yeah, so they uncovered with him his plot to overthrow the government.
Enrique Tarrio, is that?
Yeah, and his organization.
What plot? Who's they? Give me some prosecutors. Give me some fucking data. Stop squinting at me and saying the prosecutors did a thing. You didn't know. You didn't read it. You didn't read the court papers. All you know is the fascist machine state told you he should be in prison, and you're saying yes to them. Tell me why.
I understand that laws on the books have been there for a long time that I agree with. That if it's proven that you had a
Yo, Tim's artistic form of using the F word is just it's so good. It's so good. Yo, the way he uses it, it's just so what do you call it? Entertaining in a way. Like it's just beautiful. It's like an art form, not gonna lie. I understand why he doesn't use that word in the normal podcast and only saves it for the what do you call it? The after show. Like, cause it's just so entertaining. Like, this is why people pay or subscribe to Tim's stuff. Like, you get to hear him be like this basically all the time. And it's very entertaining. It's just it's his art form.
Plan, and you wanted to act on it. And then days after. The proof?
Say the proof.
By prosecutors.
Say it.
Communications between.
What communications? What did he say? What did he do?
Is this serious?
Are you going to tell me why you think Enrique Tarrio should be in prison for 20 years, or are you going to say the government decreed it?
I just explained to you.
So the government said so. Is that it?
It's usually law enforcement, which I guess is part of the government.
Government said.
Yeah, the government said so. Yep. It's kind of, it really is bad faith just to reduce it to like, oh, the government said so. But like, essentially, that is what is going on here. The government said so. So like, I understand that that's super reductive, but it's not like Tim's wrong there. It's super reductive. Kind of disagree with the framing, but Tim isn't. I understand why Tim feels that way.
So,
yep. Law enforcement that uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he crafted and sent to his organization, saying what? That detailed each institution of government that they were going to try to overthrow. Then just days later, his organization is at the Capitol.
I don't think we can even pull up Enrique Tarrio.
I'm not quite sure that there's any evidence of that sort.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this. The idea that Enrique Tarrio crafted a memo outlining or they 3 months featured witness evidence featured Tarrio and co-defense included videos, thousands of messages in encrypted chat groups, as well as a public message on Parler. On or before January 6th, Tarrio to convene a Ministry of Self-Defense to coordinate Proud Boys leadership on January 6th. The chat showed that Tarrio, stationed in Baltimore, encouraged the Proud Boys as they attacked the Capitol. Let's figure out what that encouragement was. Are they going to actually say in the article? So here's a citation. Proud Boy and 3 other members of the far groups were convicted Thursday and applied to attack the Capitol. A jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy after hearing dozens of witnesses. Jurors cleared a Fifth Amendment dominant.
The question is, what is the sedition? Like just calling it seditionist how do you say it?
The Capitol, a jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy after hearing dozens of witnesses.
Sedition conspiracy. I can't say it. Sedition conspiracy. I can't say it. Like, just by saying, like, why don't you tell me what the conspiracy is? Seditious conspiracy. Yeah. Just tell me what that is. Don't just say that and then we just have to believe that. Like, what was the plan? Like, I would like to know the details of the specific plan that they were trying to do. Like, just saying that they had a plan doesn't necessarily mean that they actually had a plan. Like it could have just been some vague idea. And if that's all that it was, then a vague idea of what they're going to do isn't necessarily some conspiracy to overthrow the government.
Witnesses. Jurors cleared a Fifth Amendment Dominic Pizzola on a citizen charge.
It's evidence to it, but it's not proof.
Mouse in the Justice Department, which is now secured conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. They will never stop. Okay, that's interesting. Wikipedia asserts that they did this, but there's actually nothing in the news article that actually states that is true. Well, now we got a problem. Let's try this again. Let's try a secondary source. Let's see. There it is. They introduced evidence that Tarrio discussed with associates a plan to have a large crowd in Washington storm government building.
And what's the evidence? They introduced evidence. What's the evidence?
In a scheme they called 1776 Returns, in which the Winter Palace was used as an apparent code for the U.S. Capitol. In a message, he said, make no mistake, we did this, do what must be done, and directed the Proud Boys to do it again. So
those are some vague statements. Is that really all they have? Is those vague statements? Really? And that those vague statements were the reason why he has 20 years in jail. Really? I mean, you can with all the other evidence that's out there. I guess it's reasonable to think that he was trying to do something malicious, but like people could argue 20 years, is that really much? Like he wasn't even physically down there. I don't know.
So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture.
So are you going to at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly?
I don't think you cited it fairly.
I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans to overthrow a government. That's kind of
that's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow the government.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Very loose definition. Like, yeah, I can kind of see why you think that way, but like, it's a very loose interpretation. Like, I could see the interpretation, but I'm like, do I really necessarily believe it? No. But I can understand why some people, like, if they already have a propensity to like not to have a negative view of Trump, then they're gonna see this little thing and be like, yeah, that has to be what they're actually doing. Like, it's just true. Like, that's just what it is. But if you already have like a super positive bias for Trump, then you're going to see this and be like, well, this is super vague. Like, how do you really know that this is actually what they were trying to do? I understand. And I obviously fall in the latter argument. But yeah.
Y'all don't seem to be that informed.
Wait, look, respectfully, I cover a lot of protests and riots. A lot of people try to protest and riot and occupy government buildings. Do you think that qualifies as trying to, overthrow your government?
No.
Okay, good. So, I mean...
but if they had a plan to take control of the government, which was this one.
If this was an actual plan, this was the leastly poorly, most
over the government?
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets of the Capitol. Yeah. I mean, the level of political...
That's a red herring, but okay.
Prosecution. Would you even admit that there was some level of politics when it came to the prosecution of the J6ers? Would you say politics played a role in this?
Because I'm engaging with this as thoughtfully as possible, not trying to grandstand. Of course, often, for very justifiable reasons, prosecutors will try to make an example of someone who, for example, tried to overthrow the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. I see why such a thing,
personally, I reject
categorized as sedition,
overthrow the government,
would be uniquely bad to prosecutors. And political in that this all involved politics, right? And thus...
I'm sorry, I have to say this. The Wikipedia article making those claims is not citing any actual proof that they said those things.
Really?
Because we're hard...
So the closest information that they actually have is there was there was a plan that said you could be at a specific spot, and then the thing that Tim just read off beforehand, like those are the closest things that they have to a plan. Like, just because you put something in code doesn't necessarily mean that it's something terrible that you're trying to do. That's okay. All right. Well, I mean, Tim was literally reading it off as he was he literally looked into it right there in live, and Tim did explode over something that, well, Tim didn't seem like he was citing it fairly, which I don't agree or disagree with Tim's interpretation on that part, but I don't agree or disagree. I think Tim did overreact a little bit, but at the same time, it was very entertaining. So, like, whatever.
Harping on these pardons. Pardons are obviously an interesting political, constitutional quirk that presidents are able to do that. It really does undermine the law in our country. But Biden's getting a lot of pushback for clemency that he granted for the Cash for Kids judge who was responsible for sending something like 2,000 children into a Pennsylvania jail, a private prison that he was getting kickbacks for. Do you think that was worse than 2,000 children into a Pennsylvania jail, a private prison that he was getting kickbacks for? Do you think that was worse than any pardon Donald Trump could give to any January 6th rider?
What?
Have you heard of this judge that Joe Biden granted clemency for? A judge who was responsible for sending thousands of teenagers to prison for, otherwise misdemeanor charges while he was getting kickbacks for. Joe Biden was getting a lot of pushback for this because
I've been agreeing with a lot.
Have you heard?
I'm not going to make
this guy specifically.
I've heard of that, but I'm not as read in on it as I should be to speak on it. But
I wonder if
I was more focused on, just because it was the big story, and I wanted to again advocate principle, his Hunter Biden pardon, which has been the topic of discussion pardon-wise for us mostly.
Yeah, it was funny. You were telling us a little bit pre-show that you actually had a first-hand experience with Hunter Biden. I don't know. Can you tell us anything about your experience firsthand with
just at the holiday party
with the legend?
I knew somebody at the White House who invited me to the White House party, the holiday party. Hunter Biden was there. I found it kind of strange.
I feel like
what was it? I'm sorry, what was the reception?
Right, dude, who cares? There's a saying that if you're not
bro, Tim, you're so upset that you don't even care anymore, bro. No, come on, Tim. I know it's your show, so you could just say that and just move on. But like, bro, come on now. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that.
At the White House who invited me to the White
These
House
are
party,
interesting questions.
The party. Hunter Biden was there. I found it kind of strange.
I feel like
what was it? I'm sorry. What was the reception?
Right, dude, who cares? There's a saying that if you're not liberal when you're young,
I care, Tim.
Young, you have no heart, and if you're not conservative when you're old, you have no head. But the interesting thing about it is, like, what we define as conservative or liberal are amorphous, right? So, like, what does it mean to be conservative? Who wants to try and explain what conservative is?
Traditional, hierarchical.
All right, so this is going to be the end of the stream. Thank you guys for watching. And this is just enough. I'm done. I want to edit, and I need to eat food. And yeah, thanks for. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Boom. Thanks for watching. And yeah, goodbye.